and Muslim Society, or ICEMS, organized by the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. Since its inception in 2015, ICEMS has grown into a prestigious event recognized internationally. From the first ICEMS to the 9th ICEMS, the conference has continued to innovate and adapt to new educational challenges. This year, the 9th ICEMS focuses on integrating multiculturalism and literacy in the educational landscape. The conference will explore innovative strategies to incorporate multicultural perspectives and enhance literacy across various subjects, including language, science, social science, and religion. Welcome to the International Conference on Education in Muslim Society, or ICEMS, organized by the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. Since its inception in 2015, ICEMS has grown into a prestigious event recognized internationally. From the first ICEMS to the 9th ICEMS, the conference has continued to innovate and adapt to new educational challenges. This year, the 9th ICEMS focuses on integrating multiculturalism and literacy in the educational landscape. The conference will explore innovative strategies to incorporate multicultural perspectives and enhance literacy across various subjects, including language, science, social science, and religion. Welcome to the International Conference on Education in Muslim Society, or ICEMS, organized by the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. Since its inception in 2015, ICEMS has grown into a prestigious event recognized internationally. From the first ICEMS to the 9th ICEMS, the conference has continued to innovate and adapt to new educational challenges. This year, the 9th ICEMS focuses on integrating multiculturalism and literacy in the educational landscape. The conference will explore innovative strategies to incorporate multicultural perspectives and enhance literacy across various subjects, including language, science, social science, and religion. Education in Muslim Society, or ICEMS, organized by the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Sharif Hidayatullah, State Islamic University, Jakarta. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. Since its inception in 2015, ICEMS has grown into a prestigious event recognized internationally. From the first ICEMS to the 9th ICEMS, the conference has continued to innovate and adapt to new educational challenges. This year, the 9th ICEMS focuses on integrating multiculturalism and literacy in the educational landscape. The conference will explore innovative strategies to incorporate multicultural perspectives and enhance literacy across various subjects, including language, science, social science, and religion. Welcome to the International Conference on Education in Muslim Society, or ICEMS, organized by the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Sharif Hidayatullah, State Islamic University, Jakarta. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. Since its inception in 2015, ICEMS has grown into a prestigious event recognized internationally. From the first ICEMS to the 9th ICEMS, the conference has continued to innovate and adapt to new educational challenges. This year, the 9th ICEMS focuses on integrating multiculturalism and literacy in the educational landscape. The conference will explore innovative strategies to incorporate multicultural perspectives and enhance literacy across various subjects, including language, science, social science, and religion. Welcome to the International Conference on Education in Muslim Society, or ICEMS, organized by the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Sharif Hidayatullah, State Islamic University, Jakarta. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. Since its inception in 2015, ICEMS has grown into a prestigious event recognized internationally. From the first ICEMS to the 9th ICEMS, the conference has continued to innovate and adapt to new educational challenges. This year, the 9th ICEMS focuses on integrating multiculturalism and literacy in the educational landscape. The conference will explore innovative strategies to incorporate multicultural perspectives and enhance literacy across various subjects, including language, science, social science, and religion. International Conference on Education in Muslim Society, or ICEMS, organized by the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. Since its inception in 2015, ICEMS has grown into a prestigious event recognized internationally. From the first ICEMS to the 9th ICEMS, the conference has continued to innovate and adapt to new educational challenges. This year, the 9th ICEMS focuses on integrating multiculturalism and literacy in the educational landscape. The conference will explore innovative strategies to incorporate multicultural perspectives and enhance literacy across various subjects, including language, science, social science, and religion. Welcome to the International Conference on Education in Muslim Society, or ICEMS, organized by the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. Since its inception in 2015, ICEMS has grown into a prestigious event recognized internationally. From the first ICEMS to the 9th ICEMS, the conference has continued to innovate and adapt to new educational challenges. This year, the 9th ICEMS focuses on integrating multiculturalism and literacy in the educational landscape. The conference will explore innovative strategies to incorporate multicultural perspectives and enhance literacy across various subjects, including language, science, social science, and religion. Welcome to the International Conference on Education in Muslim Society, or ICEMS, organized by the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. Since its inception in 2015, ICEMS has grown into a prestigious event recognized internationally. From the first ICEMS to the 9th ICEMS, the conference has continued to innovate and adapt to new educational challenges. This year, the 9th ICEMS focuses on integrating multiculturalism and literacy in the educational landscape. The conference will explore innovative strategies to incorporate multicultural perspectives and enhance literacy across various subjects, including language, science, social science, and religion.
Every person possesses an expectation, expecting to be a knowledgeable and civilized person, expecting to achieve a bright future. Those expectations can be actualized with enthusiasm and sincerity in seeking knowledge. Here, a place where hope flows as a struggle to achieve the dreams. A place to establish prospective educators who are excellent, competitive and professional, as well as upholding the principles of Islamic values as the foundation for building civilization. A place to expand creativity and innovation. A place to yield humanistic intellectuals. Here, where all hopes are putted up and all dreams are knitted. Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta was established on June 1, 1957, which is one of the oldest faculties and also has historical value in the development of Islamic education in Indonesia. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Teaching has 18 study programs, 12 undergraduate study programs, 1 professional study program, 4 master study programs, and 1 doctoral study program. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta also possesses several excellent programs such as International Conference, Green Campus, National Seminar, and Student Exchange. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a distinguished, competitive, professional, technology-based faculty with an international reputation by integrating science, Islam, accumulation of values of tolerance, respect each other and upholding diversity in order to underpin Indonesia EMAS 2045. Students carry out the learning process face-to-face, inside and outside the classroom, online as well as hybrid. In addition, laboratory practicums, field practice, and teaching practice are also conducted nationally and internationally. Students are also involved in collaborative research and community service. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training provide freedom for all academic community members to express themselves, develop their potential and expand networking. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta continuously show its existence with various achievements at the national and international levels. These achievements prove that the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta is a global competitive teaching faculty. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a green campus underpinned by safe, comfortable, disabled-friendly infrastructure as well as has numerous sophisticated, modern facilities and integrated with public spaces. Complete facilities to support effective and quality learning process. As an adaptive and inclusive faculty with the development of the times. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta interlaces strategic partnerships with various parties nationally and internationally. Cooperation in the form of teaching, research, community service, and student exchanges.
The Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, is the biggest faculty in our university. Currently, we have 12 bachelor study programs, 4 master's programs, and 1 doctoral program with more than 6,500 students and 220 faculty members. In line with the university's vision to become an internationally reputable Islamic university that integrates Islam and science, our faculty contributes a key role by preparing future teachers, educational researchers, practitioners, and our younger generations through quality education. Our faculty is a nurturing ground for our graduates who are not only excellent, but also globally competitive, professional, technologically savvy, and skilled with a strong Islamic character. We are committed to preparing the next generations of professionals who will make a significant impact in their respective fields of education.
As one of the reputable Islamic universities in Indonesia, UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta, through the Faculty of Educational Sciences, seeks to bridge the younger generation worldwide to explore Islamic sciences and teaching. The Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta continuously transforms into a modern, excellent, and competitive education center toward a golden Indonesia 2045. Faculty of Educational Sciences is committed to always being the foremost in developing a curriculum relevant to the dynamic needs of our society. We believe with our education and spirit of progressiveness that the Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta will always be the center for development and hardware education in Indonesia.
In this place, all dreams come true. The gate to success is front of you. Success that makes Indonesia a nation of quality, civilized, and dignified.
unit.
Welcome to the International Conference on Education in Muslim Society, or ICEMS, organized by the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. Since its inception in 2015, ICEMS has grown into a prestigious event recognized internationally. From the first ICEMS to the 9th ICEMS, the conference has continued to innovate and adapt to new educational challenges. This year, the 9th ICEMS focuses on integrating multiculturalism and literacy in the educational landscape. The conference will explore innovative strategies to incorporate multicultural perspectives and enhance literacy across various subjects, including language, science, social science, and religion. Welcome to the International Conference on Education in Muslim Society, or ICEMS, organized by the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. Since its inception in 2015, ICEMS has grown into a prestigious event recognized internationally. From the first ICEMS to the 9th ICEMS, the conference has continued to innovate and adapt to new educational challenges. This year, the 9th ICEMS focuses on integrating multiculturalism and literacy in the educational landscape. The conference will explore innovative strategies to incorporate multicultural perspectives and enhance literacy across various subjects, including language, science, social science, and religion.
Tes. Cek.
His Excellencies,
Rector of Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta, represented by Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Ahmad Tolabi SAG SH MH MA, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Professor Siti Nurul Askia PhD. The Honorable Vice Dean for Academic Affairs of Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Dr. Yanti Herlanti MPD. Honorable Chair of the NINT ICEMS 2024, Mrs. Umi Kulsum PhD, speakers and lecturers, excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greetings of virtue. Welcome to the NINT International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2024, or ICEMS. This year, our conference focuses on a special theme of integrating multiculturalism and literacy in educational landscape.
My name is Anafa.
And I am Yaya. And it's such an honor for us to be here today to lead this prestigious annual event. First of all praise be upon Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Lord of the world, who has been giving us guidance, happiness, health, and mercy so we can attend and participate in this event.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin this magnificent event, here is how we might want to preview our conference for today. ICEMS is aimed to become a respected international forum for scholars and professionals to discuss the recent improvement and challenges faced by our Islamic world. The conference was initiated by Faculty of Educational Sciences and was intended to become a discussions forum to disseminate science and technological research and insight, especially in the field of Islamic studies, information and technology, natural and social sciences, and also humanities. This international conference will feature approximately 15 speakers from outside countries. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the participating countries of ICEMS 2024.
Indonesia,
United States of America,
Malaysia,
Japan,
Saudi Arabia,
Australia,
and Germany.
Please give your round of applause for the participating countries. Therefore, by attending this conference, the audience will gain a lot of positive insights and productivity from education perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be holding the NINT ICEMS for 2 days, and in general, today's agenda will be the opening and then preceded by the plenary sessions and parallel sessions. We shall have our first plenary sessions before the opening due to the gap of the time of our country and the country of the speakers, and with our respected moderators for today, and then continued by the rest of the opening sequences. Ladies and gentlemen, because our university now proudly support the green movement of the world, we provide you beverages for the ICEMS 2024 outside of the theater room. We provide the drink for all the guests here in normal and also in a hot temperature that you can enjoy during the conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first panel session this morning will feature 3 wonderful speakers. The session will be led and moderated by our great moderator this morning, the Honorable Mrs. Atik Yuliani, MA, TESOL. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a brief profile preview of our moderator today. Mrs. Atik Yuliani is an English lecturer at Department of English Education, Faculty of Educational Sciences, Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta. She did her master in TESOL at the University of Canberra, Australia. Mrs. Atik is also experienced as English language teacher trainer, RELO at US Embassy, Jakarta. We'd like to invite Ms. Atik to guide the session.
Okay.
Thank you, Anafa and Yaya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first plenary session of the NINT ICEMS International Conference on Education in Muslim Society. As has been mentioned, that in this first plenary session, we will have three distinguished speakers from three different countries. We will have Prof. Leslie Moore from the Ohio State University, United States of America. And then we have Professor Dr. Datuk Kamil from University Sultan Azlan Shah, Malaysia. And Dr. Zulfa Sahia from Universitas Negeri Semarang, Indonesia. I would also like to welcome all the participants in our Zoom meeting. We have more than 100 participants in our Zoom meeting. Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I think I would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Leslie Moore and Dr. Zulfa Sahia will have a joint presentation. They will bring a topic on faith literacies in multilingual context. But before I give the time for their presentation, let me share with you a brief profile of our two distinguished speakers. Professor Leslie Moore is an applied linguist and a linguistic anthropologist. Her research examines the social and cultural patterning of language and literacy development in communities whose members use multiple languages and participate in multiple schooling traditions. Professor Leslie earned doctorate in applied linguistics and MA in TESOL from the UCLA. And Dr. Moore specializes in language socialization research and ethnographic and interactional discourse analytic approach to the study of human development and learning. And a joint speaker is Dr. Zulfa Sahia. She's an associate professor at the English Department, Faculty of Language and Art, and the director of Literacy Research Center at Universitas Negeri Semarang. Dr. Zulfa has doctorate in education from the School of Critical Studies in Education, the University of Auckland. And her research interests span from critical literacies, critical discourse analysis, gender studies, and he has published a lot of articles in a reputable journal. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Professor Leslie and also Dr. Zulfa for a joint presentation in this first plenary session. Professor Leslie and Dr. Zulfa, you will have maximum 35 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Zulfa, will you? I hear a big. I apologize.
Yeah, I will start screen.
Okay. So is it echo only for me, or do you also hear it?
Yeah, it's echo in May.
Yeah, I hear your echo. Well, I'm not sure what to do.
We can hear you clearly, Professor Leslie.
Okay. Then it's fine. Okay. So again, thank you for the invitation today. Zolf and I were pleased to do this. We got to just begin working together when she visited Fulbright Scholar at OSU. And we are continuing collaboration now, thanks to the digital technologies that make that possible. Our talk today comes out of our shared scholarly interest. Sorry, I need to cut the audio because I'm getting a massive feedback. Can you still hear me? Show me the thumbs up. Still hear me.
Do you have to get because it's because of Zoom account on your account.
Are you still hearing me? Okay.
Echoing.
Okay. Apologies. The echo is so strong. I can't do the top with hearing myself. So if I turn my output down, can you still hear me speak? So I've turned the audio off.
Try to turn it off.
Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me.
Yeah, it's still
Okay. All right. So this part comes out of our shared interest in faith literacies, particularly chronic literacy in multilingual contexts. Zulfa, if you need to jump in and tell me something is a problem, I'll need you to signal it, and then I'll turn on the sound. I apologize. We both believe that faith literacies merit more scholarly attention than they've received to date because they play an important role in millions of children's lives. And one of the big issues I see on my part of the world is that faith literacies do not emphasize comprehension of the sacred language, sacred text, are widely misunderstood by non-believers. And I think that's part of why they have not been used. They are just not understood. We believe that research on faith literacies can productively challenge dominant ideologies. And that's what Zolfa would say. They can illuminate unstudied aspects of additional language learning, and they can inform and secular literacy instruction. Next slide, please. So the parts, I will talk about my effort to communicate with non-Muslim educators. Quranic schooling and Afghan practices are relevant for children developing secular skills in an additional language. And Zolfa will discuss how Quranic literacy practices and their meanings are experienced and lived by Muslims in Indonesia, especially those Hafiz Pondok. So I'm going to emphasize more cognitive aspects from more traditional conceptual aspects, and she will speak to the bigger cultural meanings. So I have for a couple of decades now, and three continents studied what is referred to in Was I muted? I'm sorry, Apologies. I'm turning my
Leslie. It's not echoing.
Okay, it's echoing for me.
Oh, still.
And it's throwing me off. I apologize. So did you hear any of what I've said?
We can still hear your voice, Professor Leslie.
Sorry, hold on. Where do I need to start? On which slide? What have you already heard?
Sorry, I think now it's better. It's not echoing. So I'll just share the screen now.
Okay.
And yeah, I think.
All right. And I'm not echoing either. So that's wonderful.
Yeah, so this is great.
So am I starting over
Carry
then?
on.
I apologize.
Yeah, I think we can start here from your.
Okay. Okay, good. So I'll start with talking about my experience working in the US with largely non-Muslim educators and researchers. And my own research for 2 decades and on 3 continents has focused on double schooling, or the participation in 2 or more different schooling traditions. And in particular for me, it's been Quranic schooling and what's often called Western style school, or can be public schooling or secular schooling. It could also be non-Muslim faith-based schooling as well. And there is actually a good amount of prior work on faith literacies, work that has been done in migration contexts, most of it in the UK, has found that children who participate in faith literacy schooling developed metalinguistic awareness, knowledge of how reading and writing are done, taught, and learned, and they developed ability to blend approaches from different languages and literacies. There has also been experimental psychological work on Quranic literacy effects. There was work with the VI in Liberia and work in Morocco. And both of these projects found that Quranic schooling participation was associated with the development of particular literacy skills that were highly practiced and highly valued in Quranic school settings. And they found in Morocco Literacy Project, they found that the rote learning of Quranic Arabic actually provided a foundation on which to build a second literacy in French in the non-faith-based schooling. In second language acquisition research, which did not inform the work in Liberia or Morocco, there are some very interesting work on repetition, attention to form, and memory capacity that is relevant when we consider the kinds of training that Quranic schooling provides children. We know that lots of exposure and lots of practice is very, very important for developing second language proficiency. Attention to form is extremely important for developing proficiency. And memory capacity has been found to have effects at all stages of learning, vocabulary in the early stages, grammar in the later stages, and is very important in listening and reading comprehension. Oh, sorry. Yeah. All right. Sorry. My research with Fulbe children, families, and teachers in northern Cameroon examined the similarities and differences between the 2 schooling traditions with respect to how children's apprenticeship into an additional language was organized and what this organization meant for participants. The work I did in Central Ohio, we can move to the next slide. Sorry, in Central Ohio with Somali children, families, and teachers was to understand how double schooling, participation in both public and Quranic schooling, shaped young Somali children as learners and users of additional languages and literacy. So I got more focused up in a migration context on how literacy in one context was contributing to literacy in another context. In the Ohio context, in the context of migration, one of the things that stood out to me early on was that the believer community and the non-believer communities had very different views of Quranic schooling. The Somalis with whom I was working were very clear that it had very positive effects on children overall and for their public schooling, that Quranic schooling teaches children respect for learning and for teaching and for teachers. It makes you a better person, and that makes you a better student. And it is also, of course, very important for nurturing and preserving Muslim identity and, in their case, Somali identity. The public school teachers, who were overwhelmingly white and mostly women and non-Muslim, had a limited or no knowledge of Quranic schooling. And when the topic was brought up, they expressed reservations about its relevance to public schooling. So in my work with non-Muslim educators, both at OSU and in outreach, I try to help them recognize that children who participate in Quranic schooling engage in routine activities through which they develop concepts, skills, and dispositions that have the potential to support their literacy and additional language learning in public school classrooms. Key points that I make are that children who participate in Quranic schooling learn about sound symbol correspondence and develop decoding skills as they learn to recite, read, and transcribe sacred text. They learn to pay close attention to non-native linguistic forms that they hear, see, speak, and write. And they develop a strong sense that accuracy and fluency matter in literacy activities. Moreover, I strive to help non-Muslim educators understand that the teaching and learning that's going on in Quranic school is meaningful and complex. That they understand that learning to read, memorize, and recite the sacred text is a spiritual, moral, intellectual endeavor through which a Muslim child develops commitment to and knowledge of the Word of God, even when the child does not yet comprehend the lexicosemantic content of the text. I also want to try to help them understand that Quranic school curriculum provides children with opportunities to comprehend the lexicosemantic content of the sacred text as well. That's not the core curriculum, but there are other activities going on. So here, next slide. Thank you, Zulfa. So here's one of the kind of data that I share with them of how children are learning to attend to L2 forms in great detail, and they are developing metalinguistic awareness in learning to pay attention. And we know that meta-language is a key tool in additional language and literacy learning. So you can see here how the corrective feedback is being given. There's explicitly drawing attention to how the child should position his tongue to produce the speech sound that corresponds to the symbol. Somali does not have the. They have the sound close to it, but it's not quite the same thing. And the teacher knows the difference in the tongue position between the Somali sound that children tend to substitute for this sound. So again, this is very detailed attention and language we're talking about. Was my tongue in or out, right? And this kind of attention is really, really valuable for children in developing L2 phonology and that sound sign correspondence. So as I mentioned also, they learn to the importance of accuracy. And you have here just a quick transcript from a one-on-one tutoring session between a Malum Quranic teacher and a child. And saying, did you practice? Yes, I know the chapter, but with a few mistakes. If you have a few mistakes, that means you have not fully memorized it. Did you practice your Quran since last week? And the child bows his head and is silent. There's a strong emphasis of, almost there is not good enough. A few mistakes, you haven't done it. You need to get it absolutely correct. And of course, in the context of sacred text, there's extremely important that you're pronouncing this correctly and accurately because this is sacred language. But from a linguistic perspective of the importance of accuracy, learners who pay attention and know that it matters to get it right make greater gains, and they become, at the end, achieve higher levels of proficiency in oral and written language. Now, I mentioned also that idea that beyond the core curriculum, Quranic schooling does provide opportunities for children to actually map meaning onto these L2 forms. And this is a transcript from a Quranic school in Cameroon where I did research, where I often observe teachers delivering sermons to their children. They're called wazoo in Fulfulde. And these sermons provided children with instruction in proper Muslim conduct and feeling in the context of their daily lives. These sermons were always multilingual, and they included Quranic Arabic text and sometimes hadith that was translated and elaborated on in the children's native language, Fulfulde. And then you see here that the Malum, the teacher, is linking Quranic text with respect for parents is discussed to what that means in the children's lives, of what it means to show respect to one's parents. What do you actually do, and what is God asking you to do? And because he's doing this sort of concurrent translation, children are getting exposure to what does this Arabic text mean? What does it mean in Fulfulde? So ultimately, what I'm arguing with the non-Muslim teachers is that Quranic schooling gives children practice in relevant practices for learning literacy in their L2 English in the American context. They learn to pay sustained attention to teachers, sustained attention to oral and written L2 forms. Again, this idea of discipline and the ability to put in effort for sustained periods in ways that a lot of young children have difficulty. Perception and production of non-native speech sounds. Perception and production of symbols that represent L2 forms in writing. Accuracy and fluency in recognizing and producing oral and written L2 forms, and the use of mixed language input to map meaning onto L2 forms. So if you boil this down to what we understand as the keystones of emergent literacy, early literacy, alphabet knowledge, letter-sound correlation, concepts of print, reading fluency, decoding skills, and use of context cues. These are all things that the children are developing these ways of doing and seeing and hearing in Quranic schooling. So I always have to have a slide where I thank my funders. We'll transition now to Zulfa, who is going to talk about more holistic perspective and cultural meanings of these practices, and pushing harder back against what I've been talking about, which is more like, oh, reading as a cognitive activity where you pay attention to form, etc. She's going to talk about the bigger pictures of meanings of these activities.
Yeah, thank you very much, Leslie. So as like Professor Moore's presentation, my part will explore the notion of Quranic literacy, but in the context of multilingual Indonesia. So we've been traveling from Africa and then to United States. Now we go back to Indonesia, where the conference is located. And just to let you know that both of us, me and Leslie, have been working on our collaborative paper on literacy practices done by the Hafiz as well as Hafizah and Indonesia. A context where I think most of us here are familiar with. So to start with, our research, we begin to, while we are studying our research, we start with a question: how would a devout understand the word of God or the Quran when they are revealed in a foreign tongue and written in a foreign script? So this is actually the case then we, Indonesians, non-Arabic speaking Muslims, Indonesian, in learning the Quran. So there is an emphasis, as what Leslie has explained, on memorization and recitation without the explanation of the literal meaning of the sacred text. And this kind of literacy instruction has led to somewhat condescending attitudes towards Islam. And to give you an illustration here, for example, there is a newspaper article published in the United Kingdom here on the top left, that experiences of rote learning without any understanding left them, here means the students, bored and alienated not only from the madrasa but also from the religion itself. So this kind of comments imply that memorization of the Quran and recitation of the Quran have little or even no recourse to meaning. So this leads to our next question. So what is the point for, these Hafiz and Hafizah who have devoted their entire life to remember the whole Quran, which consists of more than 600 pages? And this is even more important, I think, to put it in our background, that the current dominant theories of literacy have been developed by and in the West, revolving around cognition, such as comprehension and interpretation, while at times also classifying them into higher and lower order of thinking. And the lowest order is actually memorizing. And the highest include critical thinking and synthesis. So this kind of construction in the thinking process marginalizes other literacy practices, including the one that practiced by Muslim community in the Quranic schooling, when it is set against the mainstream understanding of literacy. So we joined the calls from the new literacy studies, which calls for more diverse, socially oriented and culturally relevant forms of literacy practices that they advocate. So these scholars in NLS argue that literacy must be seen as a social practice, and it cannot be understood without considering the lives, beliefs, values, and customs of those who practice the literacy. So here I think Indonesia is a relevant setting because we have the world's largest Muslim population. And when talking about Hafiz and Hafizah, we have, I think, the largest number in the world. We have around 30,000 Hafiz in Indonesia as compared to, for example, Saudi Arabia, around 6,000, or even Egypt around 18,000. And even my colleagues said, even in Egypt, they also counted the Indonesian Hafiz that study in Egypt. So that's a kind of joke in here. So this is a start number, even though Arabic remains a foreign language in Indonesia, a language that we don't speak daily. And here, the question central to our studies that what insights can we draw upon from the Indonesian experience and context to give new meaning to faith literacy, which is locally grounded. So in order to explore the contextual practices and meanings of faith literacy within Quranic Tahfidz Pondok in Indonesia, we co-constructed qualitative data with 9 school leaders and teachers of Tahfidz Pondok in Java. I did the interview and focus group discussion, and while discussing things with Leslie in Columbus. And I also joined in some of the recitation forums, or we call it khataman, of the Hafizah. The cities of the Pondok, they are located in Jombang, West Java, Wonosobo, Banjarnegara, Purwodadi, and Lasem in Central Java. And these Pondok, they are known of their Tahfidz reputation. Well, I do not, I try to, protect their identity. So, well, I will protect their names as well as the institutions of the Pondok itself. So our analysis reveals at least 3 alternative meanings of faith literacy in the ways these Tahfidz school teachers and managers experience, practice, and conceptualize the meanings of faith literacy. In this case, the Tahfidz, and they are regarding and concerning the purpose of memorizing itself, that remembering God through memorizing the words of God with the broader purpose of caring for the Quran. And the second is the attempt to redefine literacy itself, that faith literacy as embodied knowledge. And the third is more on the managerial level of the Pondok. So running Pondok is kind of running Amanah. But something that I think most relevant to this conference is the second finding. So I will focus on that second one in redefining literacy itself. So one of the construction of meanings of faith literacy as practiced by the Hafiz and Hafizah under our study is that the view that Quranic literacy is actually a form of embodied knowledge, and the belief that the pinnacle of knowledge is actually in its embodiment in the form of a refined character. And in Islam, I know that we are all familiar with this, a refined character is conceptualized as akhlaqul karimah, or good manners. So with the practice of reading and memorizing the Quran, it is actually beyond just mere comprehension and cognition. Rather, the expectation is that it is crystallized into embodied knowledge. And the way that our respondents illustrate this is by explaining that, because we carry Quran in the heart, wherever we go, then we need to embody its values and teaching in our manners. We have translated this into English. So the emphasis on the embodiment of knowledge into one's manners or refined characters matter more than just cognition and intellectuality. And it is actually in line with the message advocated by our father of education, Ki Hajar Dewantoro. During his time, he observed the Dutch colonial government's approach in literacy and education, and he has been really critical of the Western modern education that puts emphasis too much on the rational, cognitive, and linguistic dimension of literacy. And even Dewantoro argues that there is a distance between what we know intellectually versus what we do and embody or our manners in daily life. So he advocated for a more holistic approach to education that involves not only olah rasio, the cognitive dimension, but also olahraga, a physical exercise, as well as olah rasa, or the inner alignment of aesthetics, epistemology, and morality with cosmic forces. So this concern is in line with Quranic literacy, which is locally grounded and where its readers are captured by the aesthetic rhymes and perhaps melody of the Quran that touch their soul. So one of our respondents mentioned that in reading and memorizing the Quran, one can feel it, but we cannot articulate it. Bisa merasakan tapi nggak bisa mengatakan. That's what he actually mentioned. So by reading and memorizing the Quran, it will be planted on the heart and it will take care of those who take care of the Quran. So here, the wirasa or the rasa aspect of Quranic literacy engage with the aesthetic, the moral, psychological, and spiritual dimension of the human subject, and which are then crystallized into a refined characters. And I think this is more locally grounded into the Indonesian context. So I think to conclude our presentation, I'd like to go back to the beginning of our presentation, that faith literacy could actually challenge the dominant literacy ideologies, which might or might not be relevant to our needs. And moreover, studies on faith literacy, such as ours, highlight the fact that additional language learning and teaching need to consider aspects beyond dominant literacy instructions and include local experiences and additional and also first language learning, such as Quranic literacy in the Muslim world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Leslie and Dr. Zulfa, for a very interesting presentation. It's an interesting topic. Let's move on to the second speaker. Has Prof. Dato Ahmad Kamil joined us? Prof. Kamil sudah join belum ya? Can the committee help me to check whether Prof. Kamil has joined the Zoom or not? She has. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Kamil. Your microphone is still mute.
Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Because you need to allow me to unmute myself because I was waving my hands.
All right. So we have our second distinguished speaker for this first session, Prof. Kamil. Before he give his presentation, let me introduce Prof. Kamil to the audience briefly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished speaker is Professor Ahmad Kamil. He is a professor and deputy vice chancellor for academic and research at the University Sultan Azlan Shah, Malaysia. Prof. Kamil earned his doctoral degree in finance at the University of North Texas. He has published a lot of articles in very reputable journal and has been active in many conferences and seminars and etc. He has also written many articles in relate to his field. including journals, book, and many more. So without further ado, I think I would like to give the time to Professor Kamil to give his presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Kamil.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Assalamualaikum and good morning and greetings to everyone. It's a pleasure to present in this esteemed conference. Okay, the topic, can I share my slides? Because the time is very short, I'll go straight, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, can you all see my slide?
Yes.
All right, good. So the thing that I will speak today is basically related to education and multiculturalism, but planning the next generation of Muslims, a new curriculum for our children. So it is focusing on preschool education, but related to the topic we are discussing. Yeah. Now, I've been in this education for almost like 50 years now, total. Yeah. So gaining, looking at what we have been doing in the Islamic universities and until today, this is what I conclude that we need to do in order to get the planning for next generation. And let me also tell you what we are doing here in the university. So as you can see, the current situation of Muslims throughout the world is, we can say, not so good. In some places, in some countries, we can even say it is pathetic, So is you will see low education level skills, and especially in science competency, it is a bit low. And then high illiteracy rate in many Muslim countries. Even asset ownership, for example, in Malaysia, you can see the slides, only about 10% asset ownership, even though it's it's a majority Muslim majority country, right? And then generally we find our youth nowadays, they're not enterprising and they just seek employment. And general character of peers, the children and even adults, yeah, is generally deteriorating. We can see even politicians and things like that, they are, we can see in even corporate leadership, some, some character problem is there. So we need to, we were looking at all this will go back to how we educate our people, isn't it? So even when we see the implications for all this for global political representation, you notice Muslims are poorly represented. You can see the oppression that's going on in Gaza, for example. Nothing much the Muslim countries could do. So when you are, not well educated, especially in science and so forth, and then you are poor, then you can't do much. This is what I see. So there's a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, poverty leads to kufr, So this is kind of the situation we're in. But when we look at our history, you see during the time of the glorious times of the Islam, the education, science, and religion were actually, it's at a high level. But when we notice after the fall of the Ottoman Caliphate, there's a separation between science and religion. So even when we see in our Tafi schools, they only study the memorizing of the Quran. They don't, look into science. The Quran says, look into the sky. Do you see any flaws in it? But nobody actually looks into the sky, So similarly, when we go to conventional schools of today, science-based schools, they just teach you, worldly knowledge of science and everything, but not much of religion. So there is a separation. So that I don't have to go through this. The Muslim scholars of the past, they were, in almost in every area, in mathematics, geography, medicine, and so forth. We know the Al-Khwarizmi, who is the father of algebra, with which we have this computer today, and we can have this session. But today's Muslim world, there's nothing much we can be proud of. So when we come into human development, two elements of human development that is very important is education and health, right? So today we will focus on education. So when we educate someone, the person becomes from zero to become an asset to the nation. Only educated people become an asset. If you don't educate, the person is going to become a liability to the nation. There's no other way. Either you create an asset out of a person or you create a liability out of a person by not educating. So whether Muslim or non-Muslim, if you are a nation, a country, you will focus on educating everyone, whether irrespective of religion, color, and everything. That is the way the right government should do. Yeah. Because if you don't educate, well, just because the person is not of your creed, if you don't educate, that person will become a liability to you later. They will go around doing nonsense in the country, and things like that. They will be doing crime and so forth. Yeah. So we need to go back to integrating of science and religion. So when I was in the International Islamic University for the last 32 years before I came to this university. Yeah. So when I look at it, that was one of the objectives of the university is to integrate knowledge. Whatever we study, economics or medicine or whatever, it will be integrated with religion. That was the aim. But when later we look at the success rate was not as expected. There was some success, yeah, but the success was not as expected. So when we look back, then we realize the integration of science and religion got to start from early childhood education, not at the university. So now we are focusing on integrating this in childhood education, but with the importance of character building. This is missing also. Character building is missing. Yeah. So we are looking at all these three areas. So what are we trying to produce at the end with this new concept is that a person who will have to be highly educated and skilled with science, technology. We are now focusing a lot on TVET, yeah, and at the same time, religious knowledge and practice, and having good character traits, right? That is the normal this thing. But on top of that, we are looking at multilingual. We are focusing at least 4 languages. In Malaysia, we have Malay, English, Arabic, and one more we are looking into is Mandarin, Chinese. Yeah. So we give all this, at least 4 languages will be given to the children, and we improve the communicational skills and oratory skills of the children. Yeah. And another thing I will focus, as you can see, is the motto and sports skills. Sports and communication skills, it has been found, I've studied in a number of places, and also I've visited some schools. Yeah, a lot of evidence is there that people who succeed out there in in politics or business or whatever, they have 2 characters. One is they have good communicational skills, oratory skills, plus sports. You may have other technical skills, but if you don't have this, the success rate is strangely, it is a bit this thing. So even now in our university, we are encouraging students. Every student must be involved in sports. I'll talk about it in a moment. Yeah. So and since our education system looks mostly focuses on science and mathematics kind of thing, but we forget music, singing, drama, artistic skills. People can make a good living out of this. You can be a good sportsman, and you can be even very successful. You can be a musician, a singer. So all these skills we must look out, because not everybody is good in everything. Children have and people have diverse interests and capabilities. So we need to nourish and nurture and make these characters flourish. Yeah. So, and also the later, additionally, I'm just putting, you need to teach our people how to take care of their health. It's very important. Because in human development, education and health, they go, hand in hand. You may be highly educated, highly successful, but if you're all the time going to the hospital and lying down in the hospital, there is no point, right? So the health and how do you groom yourself is important. So this is the comprehensive output we are looking at. Yeah, it's basically, it is a development of insan, that we could say. Now coming to multiculturalism and literacy, it is a powerful way of creating an effective learning. We need to, in other words, all cultures, languages are valued, preserved, nourished, and flourished. We are not going to say this language is better or that culture is better. No, it's all cultures, all languages are important. We must celebrate this, especially in Malaysia. We have Indian, Chinese, Malays, and all kinds of races there. So we need to, make everyone feel important in this. There's a verse that says in the Quran, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayuhan nas inna khalaqnakum min dhakarin wa untha wa ja'alnakum شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. Yeah, the basically the translation is, "O mankind, we created you from a single pair of a male and a female, and made you into nations and tribes, that you may know each other, not that you may despise each other. Verily, the most honored of you in the sight of Allah is he who is most righteous of you. And Allah has full knowledge and is well acquainted with all things." Yeah. So with this understanding that all human beings actually come under the same, what do you call that, created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that everyone is counted, everyone is respected, everyone is given opportunities. Yeah. So when I say this, it's not only for Muslims, yeah, it's Muslims, non-Muslims, and everything. So what is the outcome of this when we design our education system like this, where everyone, every culture is respected? It creates love between the people, it creates compassion, it creates peace, harmony, and also prosperity. Why prosperity? Because, when people have different skills and we nurture the skill of everybody, then through trade, that we will acquire a lot of goodness. So if you see me sitting here, you notice I'm wearing a nice coat, I'm wearing spectacles, I am wearing a songkong, I have my handphone. I do not know how to make any one of them. So, but it is made by people of other people with other people's knowledge. But how did all this become mine? It's through trade. Yeah, through trade. So you have a handphone. Is this produced by only Muslims? No, it's produced by a lot of all the applications of Muslims, non-Muslims, this person, black person, white person, everybody's input is here. You see? So this is what we need to look into it by multiculturalism in education. But you got to start from preschool. And children, there are many types of learning unit. There are experiential learners, there are visual learners, there are lateral learners. Our system should also look into all of them. Then only we're talking about inclusive educational method. So coming back to preschool, this thing we're looking at, basically it's like integrating Japanese model of education, the Finnish model of education, and Ibn Arabi's model of education, integrating them. Because the Japanese model have a very good character building syllabus or method, they create good characters. Finnish model is experiential learning. The Ibn Arabi's model is the Islamic way of educating. Initially, they give a lot of, Quranic and languages, and then they develop later the science and everything. So all this kind of method should be involved. Yeah. Now, one I specifically emphasized on communication skill earlier. Even to develop the verbal confidence from early childhood is, in my opinion, is very important. In the book of the Jewish phenomenon, there's one chapter specifically attributed what is called chutzpah, I think. Chutzpah, basically developing the confidence, verbal confidence in children. So successful businessmen, leaders, even the da'is, they have verbal confidence. Yeah. So verbal confidence brings out interpersonal and leadership qualities. We need to develop this. Yeah. So as I mentioned to you earlier, in Malaysia here, we are focusing on English, Arabic, Malay, or for Indonesia, it will be Indonesian, the Mandarin, and also Tamil, because we have a lot of Indians in Malaysia. So we also the Tamil. Now, coming back to sports, yeah. Between team sports and single sports, team sports promote team player spirits, confidence, social skills, and instill the character of being unselfish, by being benevolent, caring, compassionate. Interesting. It's just sports. Because it's a team sport, it actually develops a lot of characters in the person. Yeah. I had an interesting conversation with one of the Guru Basa of Gontor some time ago. He said that many of the students who were successful and became, politicians, some of them politicians, they became good, caring for the people. Some were very selfish politicians. They went back to their history in school. They saw what they did. So most of them, they are okay. They were involved in sports. Those successful people out there, they are involved in sports. And those who are caring and very society oriented, they played team sports. Whereas those who are selfish, they were solo sports like badminton. If you win, only you get the glory, so they become very selfish kind of thing. So I always tell my students, take part in team sports, so that, it develops many characters in you, as you can see here. Even social confidence comes when you play team sports. Yeah. And our system now, as I mentioned to you, because the level of science and mathematics is a bit low in Muslim nations, we need to a little bit emphasize on science and mathematics, right? But we need to go with, modern things. For example, you need to give robotics, robotic games, even artificial intelligence and quantum physics for children. But you need to teach them all through games, not, looking at a whiteboard or blackboard or whatever, right? So you need to be game based so that they enjoy all this and then at the same time they learn. Okay. I even talked to one quantum physics professor. He told me that yes, you can, for example, teach quantum physics for children. For example, the gecko lizard, the way it can go, rough, surface, it can go even vertical, horizontal, what do you call that, surfaces. It doesn't fall because it's the fingertips of the lizard. It works on quantum physics principles. Interesting, isn't it? So you can have these animals as pets, and you can teach children these concepts, but through pets and games and so forth. Yeah. And this, say for example, Japanese preschools, they use tablets to prepare children for digital age, right? And interestingly, what we need to do this is missing, even though I've seen in some schools, I went to a school in Laos and I saw they're actually instilling this kind of characters, good character traits. How do you instill them in children? Like storytelling is one of them. The Islamic stories of the prophets is one of them. There are games to, to instill good character traits, games, and that kind of things has to be, for example, for children, maybe you may choose only the first 5 of them, or later another 5. So you need to inculcate these things. How do you inculcate loving, compassion, kind, sharing, honesty, loyalty, being bold, patient, humility, and things like that? There must be a way. And I hope in the future we can collaborate with all these education institutions. You may have a better way of doing, to instill one of them, then we can share our experiences. Yeah. So Islamic social skills, how do you, how do you azan? Can you do an imam? Can you give khutbah on Friday? That kind of thing. Yeah. So this is a building character through role play, confidence building. This is like some schools in Japan. I also saw this in Laos. I mean, sorry, in Thailand. They inculcate kaizen in education, Japanese concept. The school is tip-top clean, but it's all kept clean by the children themselves. The toilets, also kept clean by the children themselves. So this is how you inculcate good character traits instead of just employing people to do these kind of works. Yeah. So this is where they teach children some economic, activities through, good schools have their own pools for teaching swimming. And now I like to just share this Japanese open school preschool. I have a dream one day, hopefully I can open one like this. Yeah. So you see, this is the roof of the school, and children and others can even run and play on the roof, and it's circle. Where if the child runs, it will come back to the same spot again, by keeping it circle. Yeah. And then you can see they can climb the trees, and it's designed so that you will even fall a bit, and then they learn how to take care of your fall. So it is a comprehensive education system. And these are a few things are missing in our Islamic schools, or even in Malaysia, even normal school. Singing develops the brain. Music develops the brain. Balancing acts develops the brain. I see balancing acts a lot in Chinese schools, all kinds of balancing things are done. And actually balancing improves brain function. And, even children learn gardening and permaculture. This school in Thailand near the borders of Laos, I mentioned earlier, is called Santitam Vitaya School, interesting school. Very clean. And then, when the children, and after they have their food during the recess time, after having their lunch break, the food waste, after that, they deposit in the bin where they learn composting. and they learn permaculture, and things like that. So everything is a learning process. Everything is a learning process, you see. Okay, if you develop such a system, you cannot make it only available to the rich. Normally, good schools are nowadays available only to the rich. You need to make it accessible for all people. Remember, I said multiculturalism and this thing, you have to give the opportunity to everybody, irrespective of their economic status. Yeah. So how do you finance it? So if you look back to the classical Islamic models, education, even in health too, it is a lot financed through wakaf, endowment. Endowment, it works and it generates income with productive endowment. And Indonesia is top in this, in wakaf based. And you finance the education through endowment so that every child can access it. The same, Muslims, non-Muslims, everybody. Yeah. So these are the methods. So we need to come up with the new models of making education to finance education. Yeah, so that it's accessible to everybody. So, inshallah, with these things, we determine our own destiny. The target is 100% literacy, knowledge, which is scientific and multi-skill, verbal confidence, bold with excellent character. We need to be wealthy, compassionate, generous. We must be generous, giving gift, sadaqah, wakaf, so that we make sure that all less privileged people also can enjoy it just like us, and strong and powerful as an influential as the people, right? Wallahu alam. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hopefully we can have a better future for our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kamil, for sharing with us. Let's give our presenters big round of applause, audiences. All right, so I think we still have like 15 minutes for discussion. So I open for question from the participants, either here in the theater room or all participants, ladies and gentlemen, in Zoom. Do we have any question yet? Yeah. Which one? No, the Zoom. Ya, ya. Zoom saya keluar. Belum dipersilakan. Iya. But it happens like this. Wifi-nya ya. Hah? Ah. Ya, apakah ada penanya? Yes, Miss Zaza.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Desmaliza, the lecturer of FITK, UIN Jakarta. I have questions for Professor Zulfa, maybe, I think. I caught the point in the summary that fight literature challenge dominant literature's ideologies. That's what I saw in the PowerPoint. My question is, what exactly do you want to say from the statement? And also, what you can suggest for improving the literacy of the tahfiz program in Indonesia? And do you think that it should be improved so far? And who can do that? I mean, for the improving the literacy related to the tahfiz program, because I think that's very important for us, because for so long people think that anyone who memorize Quran without understand the meaning, it means that they are not critical thinkers. So I would like to ask you whether you agree with that statement, or you have any other perceptions about that. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have one question for Dr. Zulfa. You want?
Should I respond to that now directly, or you want to gather some more questions, Ibu Moderator?
I think you can respond directly.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Ibu Zaza, for the very brilliant question, I guess. Yes, what I'm trying to say in the statement that through our study, we want to challenge the dominant literacy approach is that because exactly as what you said, because of the dominance of the Western-oriented literacy instruction, there is some kind of implication that those Hafiz and Hafizah, they have spent their entire life to memorize the Quran and to even maintain and take care of their memory of the Quran. They are regarded as, they are marginalized through that kind of literacy practices. And as we join the call for a more, diverse, more locally grounded, and we will try to challenge the dominant literacy construction. So we want to offer some more locally relevant literacy practices. And because we are living in Indonesia, as Muslim countries, we want to seek and we want to offer that new understanding of what counts as faith literacy as practiced by the Hafiz and Hafizah. So when we want to, put these two literacy practices and understandings side by side, then, these one, too, the literacy practices that are practiced and experienced by the Hafiz and Hafizah, it is also meaningful in their own way. So although the implication of the Bloom taxonomy, for example, that they are not critical thinkers and they do not understand every single thing that is mentioned in the Quran, for example, but then somehow there is another way of looking at that kind of literacy practices, not only from the comprehension as well as
Bahasa Inggris nih.
Oh yeah, no, okay. Not only from comprehending the sacred text, but there is another meaning attached to their practices. So I think that's what we are trying to say, Buzaza. And not only that, I think by recognizing this kind of locally relevant literacy practices, we can then build on, as what Professor Moore has mentioned, we can build on that foundation to add more additional language learning. So I think that's from me, Ibu Moderator. And I think perhaps Professor Moore would like to add.
Yes.
Wonderful question. And for me, I'm coming from the context of a dominantly non-Muslim society. And also, I did my work in Cameroon, finished that field work right before the 9/11 attacks happened. So my work came into an environment that was virulently anti-Muslim. And a lot of what I felt that I had to respond to was to counter how Western media were representing Islamic education. And part of that was responding to the idea that this is mindless repetition, right? It's indoctrination and very, very negative representations and a complete failure to not just understand what's going on, because it's another community, it's another faith, people to know that, but to actually recognize in our own domestic faith communities that we're the dominant communities. I come from the Presbyterian community, Protestant. Having all the sacred text translated into the vernacular is a core idea, right? But we do a great, we have our own faith literacies that are not just about comprehension, they're about apprehension, they're about something that's more in line with the core curriculum of Quranic schooling. And so a failure is to see other faith literacy practices as being equally legitimate as our own, right? And understanding that they are multidimensional, they are complex. So I've always come from this place of trying to make people who had no understanding understand more and respect it. That's where I came from. And so getting people to understand that to be committed to revealed knowledge doesn't mean you cannot value reasoned knowledge. These are not exclusive ideas. And so you can be engaging with sacred text, and you can be debating about what it means in your own current daily lived experience. That can be talked about and critically, because you're trying to make sense of it for your own life. And that's what I see here in the Central Ohio Somali community. I work mostly with young women, but they are very, very busy with that, right? Very critical, not of the text, but of making sense of the text and how are they to do that in the world that they live in the US as Somali Muslim women. So I'm probably not answering the question well, but going to give my perspective of coming from a different context.
Thank you, Professor Leslie. I think we have one question for Prof. Kamil from Andri Rahayu. How are we present-day parents to beat children characteristics into who love Quran? I think Ibu or Pak Andri is trying to ask Prof. Kamil as a parent how we teach our children to love Quran. Maybe that's the question. Yes, and to build their akhlakul karimah so they're not being affected by the negative effect of the media and etc. Prof. Kamil? Prof. Kamil, can you hear my voice?
All right, thank you. Okay. Okay, you can hear me now, right? Because it is always it's muted. I could not unmute myself. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Because I was trying to unmute myself. I couldn't until you allow me.
Sorry for that.
Okay. So
you want me to repeat the question?
Yeah, I got a question. I
right.
could hear you. Okay. Actually, this question, to be frank with you, I think the Indonesians they know this better. But from my experience, and observing how to make children love the Quran and the Taqwa, it basically starts from the love at home. The parents, as a parent, if you are reciting your Quran daily, of course you are teaching your children. If you yourself are reciting the Quran daily and then you are practicing your daily prayers and things like that, then the children will follow you. That's where it's this thing. How do you make the children love the Quran and this thing? And but taqwa, it all starts at the home. What do you give? Well, how do you show your children? But on the other hand, if you see the education process outside the home, it starts with the language first. We develop their languages. That's why if you look at the classical Islamic model, by age 6, they already memorize the Quran. Many of the scholars, by the age 6, the Quran is already memorized. So the initial stage is to give them languages, develop the language ability until the memorization of the Quran. Then starts the thinking process, science and everything comes in, the Sharia and so forth. So, but to make them love the Quran, it comes from the family. Okay, that's what I've noticed. Then the other thing is when we teach the children, a multi-cultured environment, the school must have children of different races, children who speak different languages, and you need to inculcate that respect and the kind of respect. Then you find in the later years they will love different people of different kinds. This thing rather than you become very so I don't know what the term uses, like more like self-centered people, and you feel you are superior to everybody else. That kind of attitude. You don't create that kind of attitude. So, for example, the school in Thailand that I was mentioning to you, they even have visits. They bring the children visit the temples. Yeah, Islamic school. They visit the Buddhist temples there. Then the children will sit at the back. They observe what goes on there. It's a learning process. Even though some parents they become afraid, oh, why are you taking my children to a Buddhist temple and so on? No, this is a learning process because they have the children who are Buddhists, right? And you are making friends with them, so you know what goes on in their the place of worship. Then respect, mutual understanding will develop. You see, then all this slander, what goes on. So if you hear all kind of propaganda news that you get in the news nowadays, it's mostly of propaganda news. So you know how to filter them. You know how to filter them. So you need to develop this from the early childhood. So my answer is start from your home. Please give your children good example. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kamil, for your response. We have the question on the slide, but okay, we have one. How many minutes left? We still have like 5 minutes. One question from, I think it's from Pak Kustiwan to Dr. Zulfa. I was wondering Hufa's attitude toward ideas of religious moderation, tolerance, and inclusiveness. Did your research somehow touch on this? We are used to seeing Quranic memorization as a pure memory exercise, but your idea of faith literacy offers an alternative way of looking at the issue from a much richer perspective. So he's asking about the attitude of the Hafiz and Hafizoh toward the religious moderation. Dr. Zulfa?
Thank you very much, Pak Kustiwan. I think it's a wonderful question. For this current stage of our research, we did not actually go towards that direction, the intersection or relationship between faith literacy, Quranic memorization with moderation or tolerance. However, it gives us, your question just gave me a very, insightful idea. I think we can move on to that. But I think the current answer to respond to your question, I think from the findings that we've got, or to refer to Professor Quraishi Hab, I think he's like the father of Quranic studies in Indonesia, and I think I need to interview him to respond to your question. That just give me that idea. But our current data does not yet yield some, findings to substantiate, our argument to respond to your question. But thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Zulfa. Or maybe Prof. Leslie want to give a response to this?
Was as Dr. Zulfa said, the work that she's done in Indonesia does not speak to this particular issue. I do think one of the things that's interesting when we look at work across multiple contexts on Quranic literacies and Quranic schooling is that the work that I'm familiar with, which I've read from work done in a lot of different countries, the instruction children are getting does not seem to be anything to be against tolerance and inclusion. I mean, that's not been that doesn't seem to be in evidence. It is very much sacred text-based, but not, there's nothing that is done to make people reject the other. And I think that's one of the things that I've tried to make clear to my fellow non-Muslim Americans is that the religious education that Muslim children are getting in the US, from what I have seen and what I've read, is not training them to reject America, and it's not training them to reject the people beyond their own community. So I think actually from the perspective I come from, speaking to a non-Muslim audience, understanding how the faith literacies are very much grounded in people being good people, right? Moral, kind, good people, and that the sacred text is very much about that. That's a really important message for people to understand, and it is empirically based from what I have seen of the research and what I've seen in my own research.
All right, thank you so much. The committee has to give me sign to end the session. I'm sure that all of us still have more questions to ask, to discuss, but it's been a fruitful discussion so far. Maybe we can have more discussion through email if you have some question to Prof. Leslie or Dr. Zulfa. So again, thank you very much to Professor Leslie, Dr. Zulfa, and also Professor Camille. Before we close the session, the committee would like to give like a token of appreciation certificate, which will be given by the Vice Dean of the Academic Affairs of the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Ibu Dr. Yanti Herlanti, MPD.
Okay, sertifikat.
Mana Bu? The committee?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Leslie Seymour, for your presentation. Your presentation give us many knowledge and give us an enlightenment. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Leslie. The second certificate, is it for Dr. Zulfa?
Dr. Zulfa?
Yes.
Sakia SPDM TISO. Thank you very much for your presentation. We got some knowledge and enlightenment and some insight, and thank you very much for time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zulfa, for sharing with us.
Thank you, Ibu.
And last but not least, the certificate, a token of appreciation for Professor Camille from University Sultan Azlan, Malaysia.
Professor Datuk Dr. Ahmad Kamel, Bin. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the presentation and for your time here.
Thank you very much, Prof. Camille, for sharing with us in this International Conference on Education and Muslim Society. So, ladies and gentlemen, by giving this token of appreciation, it sign I would like again to thank you, Professor Leslie, Dr. Zulfa, and Professor Camille, our three distinguished speakers for this plenary session, for a very insightful knowledge that they have shared with us. Thank you all participants for joining this first plenary session of ICEMS. Thank you.
Thank Check. Thank you very much, Miss Atik, our beloved moderator, for leading insightful discussions for today. This is our very first plenary of the NINT ICEMS 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, after the lively discussions, our agenda is now moving on to the rest of the opening ceremony. We will hear the Holy Quran recitations by Muhammad Ikrar Maulana. To Muhammad Ikrar Maulana, you may have the time.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار واختلاف الليل والنهار لآيات لأولي الألباب. الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك وقنا عذاب النار. ربنا إنك من تدخل النار فقد أخزيته وما للظالمين من أنصار. ربنا إننا سمعنا مناديا ينادي الإيمان. أن آمنوا ربكم فآمنا ربنا اغفر لنا ذنوبنا وكفر عنا سيئاتنا وتوفنا مع الأبرار بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ويدعو الإنسان بالشر بالخير وكان الإنسان عجولا وكان الإنسان عجولا صدق الله العظيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Muhammad Ikrar Maulana, for the beautiful recitation of the Holy Quran. May this strengthen our faith and spiritual. Next, sing National Anthem, Indonesia Raya and FITK March. We'd like to invite Dewi Anjar Setiawati to come to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the National Anthem.
Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, rakyatku semua. Bangga semuanya, badannya untuk Indonesia Raya. Merdeka, tanahku yang ditunggu yang kucinta. Merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Merdeka, tanahku yang ditunggu yang kucinta. Merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. FITK fakultas untuk kami yakin FITK mampu mengembangkan sivitas akademik menjadi sangka dan berdedikasi tinggi, dan berdedikasi tinggi.
Ladies and gentlemen, may please be seated. To the committee, we might want to display the profile of International Conference on Education in Muslim Society, a profile of our faculty, while waiting for our Dean of Faculty to arrive. After this, we'll be hearing two welcoming speech from the chair of the committee and also from our dean. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be seeing the profile of our international conference for today, which is actually our annual international conference that helps a lot in the development of research and studies in education for Muslim society. And also an announcement for our distinguished guest for today, since our campus, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, is now supporting the green movement for the better world. We are now providing you beverages that you can access in front of the theater room. Yes, here we are about to see the profile video for our conference and the faculty.
Welcome to the International Conference on Education in Muslim Society, or ICEMS, organized by the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. Since its inception in 2015, ICEMS has grown into a prestigious event recognized internationally. From the first ICEMS to the 9th ICEMS, the conference has continued to innovate and adapt to new educational challenges. This year, the 9th ICEMS focuses on integrating multiculturalism and literacy in the educational landscape. The conference will explore innovative strategies to incorporate multicultural perspectives and enhance literacy across various subjects, including language, science, social science, and religion.
Every person possesses an expectation, expecting to be a knowledgeable and civilized person, expecting to achieve a bright future. Those expectations can be actualized with enthusiasm and sincerity in seeking knowledge. Here, a place where hope flows as a struggle to achieve the dreams. A place to establish prospective educators who are excellent, competitive and professional, as well as upholding the principles of Islamic values as the foundation for building civilization. A place to expand creativity and innovation. A place to yield humanistic intellectuals. Here, where all hopes are putted up and all dreams are knitted. Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta was established on June 1, 1957, which is one of the oldest faculties and also has historical value in the development of Islamic education in Indonesia. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Teaching has 18 study programs, 12 undergraduate study programs, 1 professional study program, 4 master study programs, and 1 doctoral study program. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta also possesses several excellent programs such as International Conference, Green Campus, National Seminar, and Student Exchange. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a distinguished, competitive, professional, technology-based faculty with an international reputation by integrating science, Islam, accumulation of values of tolerance, respect each other and upholding diversity in order to underpin Indonesia EMAS 2045. Students carry out the learning process face-to-face, inside and outside the classroom, online as well as hybrid. In addition, laboratory practicums, field practice, and teaching practice are also conducted nationally and internationally. Students are also involved in collaborative research and community service. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training provide freedom for all academic community members to express themselves, develop their potential and expand networking. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Sierra Hidyatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta continuously show its existence with various achievements at the national and international levels. These achievements proved that the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Sierra Hidyatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta is a global competitive teaching faculty. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a green campus underpinned by safe, comfortable, disabled-friendly infrastructure as well as has numerous sophisticated, modern facilities and integrated with public spaces, complete facilities to support effective and quality learning process, as an adaptive and inclusive faculty with the development of the times. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Sierra Hidyatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta interlaces strategic partnerships with various parties nationally and internationally. Cooperation in the form of teaching, research, community service, and student exchanges.
The Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University is the biggest faculty in our university. Currently, we have 12 bachelor study programs, 4 master's programs, and 1 doctoral program with more than 6,500 students and 220 faculty members. In line with the university's vision to become an internationally reputable Islamic university that integrates Islam and science, our faculty contributes a key role by preparing future teachers, educational researchers, practitioners, and our younger generations through quality education. Our faculty is a nurturing ground for our graduates who are not only excellent, but also globally competitive, professional, technologically savvy, and skilled with a strong Islamic character. We are committed to preparing the next generations of professionals who will make a significant impact in their respective fields of education.
As one of the reputable Islamic universities in Indonesia, UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta, through the Faculty of Educational Sciences, seeks to bridge the younger generation worldwide to explore Islamic sciences and teachings. The Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta continuously transforms into a modern, excellent, and competitive education center toward a golden Indonesia 2045. Faculty of Educational Sciences is committed to always being the foremost in developing a curriculum relevant to the dynamic needs of our society. We believe with our education and spirit of progressiveness that the Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta will always be the center for development and headway education in Indonesia.
In this place, all dreams come true. The gate to success is front of you. Success that makes Indonesia a nation of quality, civilized, and dignified.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give your round of applause. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next agenda, we'll be hearing a reporting speech from the chair of the NINT ICEMS 2024. We would like to invite the Honorable Mrs. Umi Kulsum, PhD, to please have your time.
Cek satu, oke. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome, Talabi. Ya, Prof, di depan saja, depan saja. Ya. Bu Melani. Oke, Thank you very much for all the speakers, Vice Rector, Prof. Talabi Karli, the Dean of Tarbiyah, Ibu Prof. Nurul Askia. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Director of Islamic Higher Education, the Directorate of Islamic Education, the Indonesian Ministry of Religious Affairs, Professor Dr. Ahmad Zainul Hamdi, MAG. He will become tomorrow. The Honorable Esteemed Rector of UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, Professor Dr. Asef Saifuddin Jahar, the Honorable Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Prof. Tolabi Karli, MHMA, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Educational Sciences, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, Professor Siti Nurul Askia, MSc, PhD, the Honorable Distinguished Invited Speakers, Prof. Dr. Ahmad Zainul Hamdi, Prof. Leslie Moore, the Ohio State University, USA, Professor Dr. Dede Roshada MA from UIN Jakarta, Professor Shinji Nobira Aichi University of Education, Japan, Dr. Abdallah Sabak Muhammad from IMCU, Saudi Arabia, Professor Melanie Budianta, PhD from University of Indonesia, Profesor Dato Dr. Ahmad Kamil bin Midin Mira from USAS Malaysia, Profesor Muhammad Farhan MD Arifin from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Zulfiani MPD from UIN Jakarta, Profesor Didin Nurudin Hidayat MAT from UIN Jakarta, Profesor Dr. Ratnasari Dewi MPD from UIN Jakarta, and Dr. Zulfa Sahia from Universitas Negeri Semarang, Indonesia. The honorable invited guests, conference participants, and all attendees. First and foremost, let us praise and thank to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His abundant blessing and mercy, allowing us together in this splendid conference, the 9th International Conference on Education Muslim Society, or we can call ICEM, yeah, 2024. And we have the theme today is integrating multiculturalism and literacy in the educational landscape. Underscores the crucial role embedding multicultural values and literacy within the educational framework. As part of our annual agenda, ICEM continues to serve as a dynamic platform for academics, researchers, practitioners, and students from diverse educational backgrounds to exchange knowledge and insights in the fields of education, particularly in Islamic education, language, and science. By fostering collaboration and strengthening networks among participants, we aim to address and navigate the complexities to contemporary educational challenges. Our scope of this conference include language educations, including English education, Arabic educations, and Indonesian language and literature. In social science, cover civic educations, education for young learners, and school management and leadership. In STEM educations, we include mathematics educations, physics education, and chemistry educations. And last but not least is religions and Islamic studies regarding including the Islamic educations and Islam educational management. This area reflects the diverse natures of conference, promoting a comprehensive understanding of how multiculturalism and literacy can be effectively integrated into educational practices. The objective is to cultivate educators and students who are not only knowledgeable, but also equipped with the skills, attitudes, and commitment necessary to advance social justice and global citizenship. In addition to the discussions of knowledge exchange, I'm pleased to announce the papers presented at this conference will be considered for publication in our partnership journals. So we have ICEMS proceedings, and selected papers will be also have opportunity to be published in Taylor and Francis journals. As well as we also accepted the paper for the journals in Tarbiyah faculty. Yeah, we have more than 6 journals here with various accreditation from Sinta 4 until Sinta 2. So the reviewer will delegate and selected these papers to be submitted in those journals. As the chairpersons of this conference, I extend my deepest gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the success of this event, from the organizing committee to our esteemed speakers and participants. Your dedication and hard work have made this conference possible. Thank you very much. And finally, I hope that this conference will be significant benefits to all of us, stepping stone toward further integrating multiculturalism in literacy in education, thereby fostering a more tolerant and eligible society. That's all. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Omiko, PhD.
Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Professor Ahmad Talabi. The honorable invited speakers, here we have Professor Melanie Budianta and also Dr. Muhammad Farhan from the University of Kebangsaan Malaysia. Thank you very much, Bapak Ibu, for being with us. Also, thank you, Prof. Talabi, for being with us. Also, the head of the committee, Ibu Umi Kulsum, PhD, and all the committee that I cannot mention one by one. The honorable invited speakers who are joining us online. This morning, we just had Professor Leslie Moore and Ibu Zulfa Sakia, PhD. And of course, you also have other invited speakers. Here we have Professor Ratna Sari Dewi. Tomorrow we'll have other professors coming from our university, Professor Dede Roshada, and then also Professor Didi Nuruddin Hidayat and other speakers from other countries as well. And of course, all our honorable guests and collaborative partners of this conference. Here we also have our colleague, the Dean of the Faculty of Educational Sciences from UIN Araniri Aceh, Professor Safrul Muluk, PhD. Thank you, Prof. Safrul, for coming to this conference. Distinguished presenters and participants of the 9th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society, which today's topic is very much relevant to the context of Indonesia, integrating multiculturalism and literacy in the educational landscape. On behalf of the Faculty of Educational Sciences, first of all, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, outstanding speakers, great presenters, and participants. I believe your presence here is not just appreciated, but also integral to the success of this conference. Both joining us online and also who are present here in this conference, in this room.
Each of you, with your unique perspectives and experiences, plays a crucial role in shaping the discourse on multicultural educations. I hope you will enjoy your visit here and the presentations of your paper. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference reflects the rapid and dynamic change in our world, which has been characterized by diverse cultures, ethnicities, religions, races, economic status, political affiliations, and many other differences that can lead to misunderstanding and even conflicts if we don't respect and understand each other. So in this case, I think all of us believe that education plays a significant role, especially concerning multicultural literacy, which recognizes and supports the realizations of cultural plurality as a way of life, and with your unique and active participations embraces equity and inclusions to foster understanding and harmony. This is, as I said earlier, of course, relevant to the context of Indonesia, where many religions, local cultures, languages, and communities exist. When we cannot respect differences among different cultures and different religious beliefs, violence can easily take place, which sadly has happened in our country as well. Therefore, through this conference, we expect to bring together academics, researchers, practitioners, students, and other individuals who have related research interests to share your works, ideas, thoughts, and research findings to enrich not only the discourses, but also the practices of multicultural literacy using various perspectives of educational fields as stated in the scopes of this conference and also has been explained by the head of the committee. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference would not be possible without the invaluable support of various important individuals and parties. So first, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our rector, who is represented by the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, for his unwavering support for this conference. Next, this conference would not have taken place without the hard work of the organizing committee, who have devoted their time and energy to making this conference happen, especially Ibu Umi Kulsum PSD, and also Ibu Nur Lutfi Rizka Hertianing Tias MPD, and all the committee. I'm sorry I cannot mention one by one. And finally, once again, I have to thank all the invited speakers, presenters, and participants of this conference. Your presence will, I believe, make this conference more prominent, stimulating, and fruitful for everyone. So let me close this welcoming address by wishing you a delightful and stimulating conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Check. Thank you very much, Professor Siti Nurul Askia, for your heartfelt welcoming speech to the NINT ICEMS 24. Ladies and gentlemen, to the next agenda, which is a welcoming speech and an opening remarks by the excellent Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Professor Dr. Ahmad Tolabi, SAG, SH, MH, MA. To the Excellency, you may please have the time.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, Alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah amma ba'd. It is with great respect and anticipation that I welcome the esteemed Director of Islamic Higher Education of Mora, Professor Dr. Ahmad Zainul Hamdi, distinguished Dean of the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Ibu Professor Siti Nurul Askia, Honorable Chair of the 9th ICEMS, or ICEMS, Ibu Umi Kulsum PSD. Ibu Umi. Umi means mother. Ya, ibu-ibu ya. I also extend my warm greetings to our distinguished guests, speakers, esteemed colleagues, and honorable participants whose presence and contribution are integral to the success of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to welcome you to this year's International Conference on Education and Multicultural Studies, which with the theme Integrating Multiculturalism and Literacy in the Educational Landscape reflect pressing and transformative issue within higher education today. Integrating multiculturalism into our educational landscape is essential for broadening our academic and social perspective. Our classroom and research environment are increasingly diverse in a globalized world, comprising students and scholars from various cultural, ethnic, and religious backgrounds. Embracing this diversity enriches our educational experience, fostering a more inclusive environment where every voice is valued and every perspective contributes to our collective knowledge. By incorporating multicultural perspectives into our curricula, we not only enhance educational quality, but also prepare our students to navigate and lead in a diverse global context. In its many forms, literacy plays a crucial role in this integration. In our digital age, literacy extends beyond traditional reading and writing, including digital, media, and intercultural literacy. This expanded view of literacy is necessary and a tool that equips our students to critically engage with diverse media and digital platform while understanding and respecting cultural differences. Ladies and gentlemen, implementing multiculturalism and literacy in education is not a simple task. It requires thoughtful strategies and practices. This involves designing curricula that reflect and celebrate cultural diversity, effectively training educators to manage diverse and digital classrooms, and fostering collaboration among students and researchers from different backgrounds. Additionally, incorporating multicultural perspectives into research methodologies and exploring how digital tools can support diverse learning needs are critical for advancing our understanding and effectiveness. Furthermore, we must also recognize the role of technology in shaping our educational landscape. Digital education platforms offer unprecedented opportunities to reach a global audience and integrate multicultural perspective. However, they also present challenges such as digital divide and the need for culturally responsive content. By addressing these challenges, we can create digital learning environment that are inclusive and equitable, ensuring that all students have access to high quality education. Ladies and gentlemen, we are committed to advancing our institution effort to integrate multiculturalism and literacy into our educational practices. We will continue to promote diversity and inclusion within our academic community and support research that explore these teams. Through collaborative efforts and innovative approaches, we can enhance our educational landscape and better prepare our students for the complexities of globalized world. To all conference members, thank you for your dedication and engagement in this crucial conversation. Together, let us strive to make our institution a beacon of inclusive and effective education, where multiculturalism and literacy are seamlessly integrated into every aspect of our work. Hence, I would like to say thank you and congratulations to the ninth ICEMS committee and the Dean of FITK for bringing this crucial issue as the best theme of the conference. Your faculty is one of the leading institutions that educates multiculturalism as an essential item in the learning process among the wider community. Best wishes for a successful conference, and may our discussion here lead to meaningful educational advancement. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Check. We would like to invite the Excellency to symbolically open the NINT ICEMS 2024 by beating the gong. Ladies and gentlemen, please give your round of applause. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And to end the opening ceremony, we would like to ask for the willingness of our respected Dean of Faculty of Educational Sciences, the Excellency, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, and the other professors to have a photo sessions together. All right, we would like to invite all the distinguished guests to please rise. Of course, we want to have this beautiful NINT ICEMS 2024 pictures together. All right. On a count of three, 1, 2, 3. Farewell. One more time. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much for all of the excellencies for opening the ICEMS 2024. All right. All right. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to end the opening ceremony, let's bow down our heads in the presence of God and pray. I'm sorry. Let's bow down our heads in the presence of God and pray together. Let us invite Mr. Erta Mahyudin MPDI to lead the prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of, as we come together, in the spirit of learning and collaboration, let us continue by seeking blessing of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty. I will offer prayer for wisdom, success, and the unity of our endeavors. May this seminar be a resource of enlightenment for all of us. Let's start. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan katsiran thayyiban mubarakan fih. Kama yuhibbu rabbuna wa yarda. Allahumma shalli ala Muhammadin wa ala ali Muhammad kama shallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'an wa amalan mutaqabbalan wa tawfiqan fi aqwalina wa a'malina. Allahumma ijma'na 'alal haqqi wal khair waj'al hadzal mu'tamar majalan للتعاون الفعال وتبادل العلم والمعرفة بين العلماء والخبراء في مجالات متخصصة مختلفة. اللهم اجعلنا ممن يستمعون القول ويتبعون أحسنه، وارزقنا حكمة وبصيرة في كل أمورنا. اللهم بارك في هذا الجمع ووفقنا لكل خير، واجعل نهاية هذا المؤتمر فتوحا للبركات والفوائد لجميع الحاضرين والمشاركين من جميع أنحاء العالم. اللهم اجعلنا من الذين توكلوا عليك فكفيتهم، الذين اعتصموا بك فنجيتهم، والذين استغفروا لذنوبهم فغفرت لهم. اللهم اجعلنا من الذين رجوك فلم تخب رجاءهم. اللهم اختم لنا بالحسنى، واجعلنا من السعداء في الدنيا والآخرة، واجعلنا من الذين أنعمت عليهم من النبيين والصديقين والشهداء والصالحين وحسن أولئك رفيقا. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون، وسلام على المرسلين، والحمد لله رب العالمين. بسر الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد ونستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين آمين يا رب العالمين. This is the end of the prayer. Thanks for praying together. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Thank you, Mr. Erta Mahyudin MPDI, for leading the prayer. May we all be blessed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of the opening ceremony of the NINT ICEMS 2024. And here we are in the most awaited sessions, which is the plenary session 1. We will also have 3 wonderful speakers from outside countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to our beloved and great moderators for today. We will honorably have Dr. Candidate Hasnan Yassin MPD as our moderator. Dr. Candidate Hasnan Yassin MPD is a PhD student for Educational Assessment Major at Universitas Islam Internasional Indonesia. He has graduated from Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University for bachelor and master degree of English education. Mr. Hasnan Yassin has made some publications that helps the development of English language teaching and education in Indonesia, one of which is independent learning, independent campus curriculum, students' reflections on EFL quality in English education. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hasnan Yassin also have various professionals and community service experience, one of which is the language instructor for Language Development Center of our campus and responsible for publications added at Indonesian Journal of English Education. To Mr. Hasnan Yassin MPD, you may please lead the session.
Thank you very much for the introductions, the Master of Ceremony. And everyone, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. As introduced by our Master of Ceremony, my name is Hasnan Yassin, and I'm an alumnus of this very yeah, amazing faculty of educations. I graduated like 2 years ago, and I'm now pursuing my PhD. And without further ado, I would like to welcome everybody. I would like to welcome those who present here on site and those who are online through the Zoom meetings. Welcome to the NINT International Conference of Education in Muslim Society, or ICEMS. And as for the plenary sessions, we will have Professor Sinji Nobira, as mentioned earlier. Then he will be participating online, and have Professor Melanie Budianta from Universitas Indonesia, and also have Dr. Muhammad Farhan bin MD Arifin from University Kebangsaan Malaya, Malaysia. Okay. Maybe before we move on to our main agenda, I would like to mention a little bit about the time for the speakers. We will have 30 to 35 minutes for each speakers to present their articles, their presentations, and we will have the rest 10 to 15 minutes for the Q&A in the last of these plenary sessions. Okay, may I have applause for all the speakers we have here? Okay, I think we can start now for the first speaker. Professor Nobira on on the Zoom. Is Professor Nobira here? Can you hear me, Professor Nobira? Professor Nobira is not here yet. Yeah. You start it online. Yeah, we start it online. Yeah, we'll start it online, and then we will have and Professor here. You can start. Okay, no problem. Okay. What's that? Okay. Well, apparently, Professor Nobira is still not here yet, so we're gonna have to wait for 5 more minutes. So maybe we can have a break for 5 minutes, and we can maybe show ICEMS profile or Faculty of Education profile.
Welcome to the International Conference on Education in Muslim Society, or ICEMS, organized by the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. ICEMS serves as a platform for education experts from around the world to discuss and find solutions to challenges in Islamic education. Through global dialogue, ICEMS contributes to educational improvements at various levels. Since its inception in 2015, ICEMS has grown into a prestigious event recognized internationally. From the first ICEMS to the 9th ICEMS, the conference has continued to innovate and adapt to new educational challenges. This year, the 9th ICEMS focuses on integrating multiculturalism and literacy in the educational landscape. The conference will explore innovative strategies to incorporate multicultural perspectives and enhance literacy across various subjects, including language, science, social science, and religion.
Professor Nabira. Oh, no voice. Good morning. Can you hear my voice, Professor Nabira?
Yes, good morning.
All right, great.
Selamat siang.
Yes, selamat siang. Thank you very much. Well, welcome to our event today, the NEET International Conference on Education in Muslim Society. And everybody, before we listen to the talk and the presentation from Professor Nobira, I would like to I would like to do a brief introductions on Professor Shinji Nobira. Professor Shinji Nobira is a professor at Aichi University of Education, Japan, and he's also currently an activist on Indonesian education promoting foundations. It's an NGO from Toyama, Japan. He earned his doctoral degree from Lemberg University, Germany, and among his expertise are biography research, human development, moral education, critical discourse analysis, and many other educational and social sciences expertise. And now he will be talking about moral education for environmental educations. Well, without further ado, I think we would like to hear some appealing presentation from Professor Nobira. I would like to please, Professor Nobira, to start.
Okay. Thank you very much for your excellent introduction. Good morning and selamat siang, everyone. My name is Shinji Nobira, Professor of Philosophy of Education in Aichi University of Education in Japan. Today, I would like to hold a presentation with the title of Moral Education for Environmental Education. It's a great honor for me to have a presentation, to have an opportunity to hold a presentation in front of you today. Thank you for your organizing this conference. I hope my presentation would be somehow useful and helpful for you. So I hope you can see my PowerPoint presentation slide. So the title, Moral Education for Environmental Education. And first, I will talk about global trends in educational reform. And next, I will discuss about environmental education, its goals and contents and challenges. Finally, I will handle moral education for environmental education. Then let's begin with global trends in educational reform. Trends in educational reform are closely related to changes in society. We are often said to be in a stage of post-modernization society in world history. Here I will point out some characteristics of societies in the modernization and postmodernization society phase of society, respectively. During the modernization or industrialization phase of society, a materially affluent society was a common goal of the people in each country, and raising the level of the nation's education and promoting industrial production became the task of school education. The task for education children at this social stage was the acquisition of basic knowledge and skills. The main educational method was the one-way transfer of knowledge from teacher to student. In contrast, today's postmodernization society is a rapid changing and unpredictable predictable society with the background of development of information technology and globalization. In this social stage, the common goal of the society will be to realize well-being, a mentally, physically, and materially happy way life based on the diversity of people. At the same time, it is a society that must promote social development with while addressing negative issues brought about by modernization, such as environmental problems. In living in such an unpredictable society, children need not the ability to memorize many correct answers, but the ability to think independently and solve problems in cooperation with others based on limited information. These abilities are referred to as competencies. In response to those social changes, many countries are implementing the following innovations in school education. The goal of education has shifted from the acquisition of knowledge and skills in a narrow sense to the acquisition of competencies. The content and materials of education are changing from knowledge for testing to authentic knowledge for life. Educational methods are being converted from one-way teaching from teacher to student to one centered on achieve learning by the students themselves. Evaluation in education is shifting from evaluation based on assessing the amount of knowledge using paper test to one based on assessing students' competencies using various assessing methods. For example, the project Future of Education and Skills 2030 of OECD has proposed the concept of the learning compass. This name, learning compass, is adopted to emphasize the importance of students finding their own way toward in an unknown environment rather than passively accepting the teacher's instructions. The learning compass points out 3 competencies necessary to make social transformation and achieve the goal of individual and social well-being. First, the ability to create new value. Second, the ability to take responsibility. And third, the ability to reconcile tensions and dilemmas. In addition, as a learning process, students are expected to improve their competencies by repeating the process of anticipating a situation, taking an action, and reflecting on the action. This capacity to set goals, reflect on them, and take responsible action in order to create social change is named student agency. Agency is required of not only school students, but also adults in general. So that was the global trends in educational reform. And in light of the above goals, global trends in educational reform, I will now turn to environmental education. As I said above, the process of modernization caused many problems. Environmental problem is one of them. Since 1960s, the destruction of natural environment has become clear in many developed countries. And it has caused the thoughts and movements for environmental preservation. In October 1977, the Intergovernmental Conference of Environmental Education was held in Tbilisi, Georgia. The Tbilisi Declaration adopted at that conference outlines the following 5 categories of environmental education objectives. First, awareness. Second, knowledge. Third, attitudes. Fourth, skills. Fifth, participation. This is the table of 5 categories of environmental education objectives. It is worth noting that the goal of the environmental education is not only to transfer knowledge to students, but also to develop students who will actively participate in improving environmental issues. We can see there similarity with contemporary competency-oriented education. In addition, in 2002, the World Summit on Sustainable Development was held in Johannesburg, South Africa. At this conference, The concept of Education for Sustainable Development, ESD, was proposed. It was also explained that environmental education and ESD are synonymous. At the 2015 United Nations Summit, the Sustainable Development Goals were adopted as goals for the entire international community. The SDGs set forth 17 comprehensive goals with a deadline of 2030, aiming to realize a society in which no one is left behind. ESD was placed under Goal 4 of these: ensure inclusive and equitable quality education for all, and promote lifelong educational opportunities. On the other hand, ESD is but also confirmed as contributing to the realization of all 70 targets of the SDGs. ESD for 2030 is currently the global framework for environmental education, which was adopted at the 4th UNESCO General Conference and the 74th United Nations General Conference in 2019. Goal of ESD for 2030 is to build a more just and sustainable world through strengthening ESD and contributing to the achievement of the 17 SDGs. Its objectives are to fully integrate ESD and the 17 SDGs into politics, learning environments, capacity building of educators, the empowerment and mobilization of young people, and local level action. Environmental education covers a wide range of topics and disciplines. Japanese Ministry of Environment categorizes environmental education into 4 areas, as you see. First, nature and life. Second, energy and global warming. Third, waste matter and natural resources. Fourth, coexistence. These 4 areas are in a mutual relationship. This is an example of a learning unit process of environmental education. Students first recognize an environmental problem, then together with other students, they work out solutions to the problem through observation, experience, and discussion. They then plan activities with other students to solve the problem. Students then actually take actions And finally, they reflect on the results of their actions. Environmental education has to be carried out in every school grade. Students learn about environmental problems and their solutions through an iterative learning process. According to their developmental stage, the environmental topics handled in lessons became qualitatively more difficult. Now I will proceed to moral education for environmental education. In general, the purpose of moral education is to nurture children's moral character and enable them to aspire to a better way of life. As mentioned earlier, well-being is a common goal in today's society, but its contents varies from person to person. Therefore, it is important to think autonomously and cooperative with others to create a better social life, rather than behaving in a self-centered manner. Various psychological studies show that children's moral thinking and judgment develop from heteronomous to autonomous. The role of moral education is to promote such development from heteronomous morality to autonomous morality. Morality can be nurtured intentionally through moral education or unintentionally through daily life. The key point is that it includes opportunities for children to think about moral issues rather than a teacher imparting correct moral knowledge to students. The German philosopher Jürgen Habermas proposed a theory called discourse ethics. According to Habermas, in today's uncertain, value pluralistic society, it is difficult to find a good life on which all can agree. However, when any problems arise in social life between people, it is a universal norm to try to solve them through discussion rather than violence. According to discourse ethics, the key points in moral education are, for example, to have honest discussions about claims and reasons for them, to respect different opinions, to reflect on one's own claim, and to take responsibility for one's statements, and so on. Moral education is about children thinking together about moral issues and coming up with an answer that makes sense to them each time. For example, moral education in Japan uses stories of moral conflict, as you can see. For example, an employee of a chemical company finds out that his company is illegally dumping sewage into the sea and causing water pollution. He thinks he should report it to the police. On the other hand, if the fraud were reported and known by everyone in society, the company's performance would suffer and he and many other employees would be fired. He is worried about what to do. The point is not to tell students the right answer, that it is right to accuse a company of fraud, but to have them think deeply about the reasons for their decision, whether to accuse or not, and to relate these thoughts to their own lives in their future. Environmental education fosters a moral compass that seeks to protect and preserve the environment. On the other hand, addressing environmental issues during moral lesson promotes a moral attitude of trying to protect the environment. It is important not only to provide students with knowledge, but also to develop their attitude and abilities to participate in environmental protection. So this slide is the last slide of my presentation. In any classroom, not just an environment of moral education, it is important to have a receptive atmosphere and classroom management for it. For example, students shall not be scolded, laughed at, blamed, or ignored. Students can express their own opinions without fear or hesitation. And students must be listened to each other, praised, respected, accepted, and applauded. Based on the sense of safety in classroom, students cultivate their self-confidence, acquire competencies, and become an agency for social transformation. This includes my presentation. Thank you. Terima kasih. Domo arigato.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Professor Nobira. Audiences, ladies and gentlemen, there's a slight changes on the organizations of this event, since I think Professor Nobira is not going to be able to join for the whole conferences, for the whole event. So after this, we might have question and answer for Dr. Nobira before we go to the second speaker. So we've heard a talk about how moral education and environmental educations are associated for the sake of educating our students on environmental issues. And I think Professor Nobira has already mentioned the significance of moral educations on nurturing students' morality and promoting autonomous thinking that leads to awareness of environmental issues. And that's, I think, a great takeaway message that we can have. And now I think we're going to have a Q&A session, especially for Professor Nobira, if there's any question from the audiences. So, okay, we have one. Okay, can somebody hand our audience a microphone? You can let Professor Nabira and us know your name. Okay.
Thank you so much, Professor Nobira. My name is Desmaliza. I'm the lecturer of FITK UIN Jakarta. I think your topic is very interesting, especially because in Indonesia, so far, I know that we do not put environmental education in our curriculum, especially. But maybe in subject like IPA, or what we know as natural education, maybe we learn about that much more related to environmental education. And I can see that your topic about what I understand that you want to say that moral education is needed to preserve environment in environmental education. That's mostly I could understand what you said. And that's very important for us now, especially in Indonesia. But mostly because your research related to Japanese, that I know is a developed country. So do you have any idea what we should do in here in Indonesia, Indonesian country who are developing country right now, to preserve our environment by putting the environmental education in our curriculums? And because maybe because my major is educational psychology, and I teach my student about moral development and related to what goal, I forget who is the theorist in moral development. Bu Yaya, do you remember who? No, moral development. Kohlberg, yes, Kohlberg. So Kohlberg mentioned about the development of morality in developing a good attitude for students. What I know in the level of morality in students, so they do not achieve the highest level of morality, right? While we as a teachers, we teach them how to be moral, how to have a moral in their life. So my question is, beside the other one, what do you suggest while the student do not achieve the highest level of morality development, but they need to learn about relating to morality or morality of education, in this case, in environmental education. I hope that you could get it. Thank you so much.
Terima kasih for your question. And so I would like to try to answer in some perspectives. First, for example, in school education in Japan, there is no certain lesson unit for environmental education. Environmental education in Japanese education, school education, is handled, for example, in social studies, in natural studies, in home economics, in moral lesson, and so on. So it is divided in many subjects. There is no comprehensive curriculum. So it is also the problem of moral education also in Japan. And the second, to promote the moral stage or moral development, there is a discussion if it is right or wrong about the theory of moral development of Kohlberg. But at least we can say that it is difficult to promote a moral development or moral stage of children. But at least adults or teachers can transfer the knowledge of reality and let students think based on the reality. For example, in the environmental education, the teacher can tell students the quantities of waste a day, for example, in Jakarta or in Tokyo. It is a simple knowledge on the in one hand, but on the other side, it is a good impact for students to think if it is good to produce such a large contents of sewage or garbage and so on. So based on, we can do students think, or we can let students think based on the knowledge about contemporary environmental situation. So I think it is a task for teachers in environmental education. So was my answer. I hope I can answer enough. How about that?
Okay, thank you very much. I hope that answers your questions. Okay, we have one more questions. I think this can be the last questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Kadir. I am lecturer in mathematics education. The main topic today about literacy. My question, beside moral environmental and ethic environmental, I think this is it is very important to give the student how to develop about literacy, literacy, environmental literacy. Can you tell me, or can you explanation about, for example, in Japanese, how to impart the student understanding about environmental literacy in school and in society? Thank you, Professor.
Thank you for your question. What you say just now is also the challenge for all of Japanese teachers. So it is easy for teachers to tell students the situation of a river, the situation of the air, the situation of environmental destruction. But that has no effect for students to promote, to preserve environmental circumstances, because the telling or the story from teachers is has no opportunity to think a student what they should do or what they should think. So it is said that there is some key point for to promote the literacy of students to preserve the environment. For example, in the issue of environmental preservation, there is a conflict. For example, environmental preservation, one side. On the other hand, industrial development. So the teacher can tell students not only importance about environmental preservation, but the teacher tell students the importance about industrial development. So such contradictive knowledge is impact to think students and to promote their literacy. And based on such impact, the students seek what information is important or what should they know to act for environmental preservation. So I would at least point out to tell students such contradictive knowledge or information. is a key point for promoting literacy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Since we still have 5 more minutes, maybe one last question from Dr. Yaya. Yeah, a brief question, please, Dr. Yaya.
So thank you. I'm Yaya. I'm teaching in Islamic education major. As we know, many aspects of religious values are designed to be practiced in curriculum regulation Indonesia. Like we know in government school, profil pelajar Pancasila, P5. In the other madrasah, we know P5RA, profil pelajar Rahmatan lil Alamin, student profil Pancasila. If general character values can be used like responsibility, honest, discipline, are there any specific ones that should be priorities first? I mean, in the level children kindergarten, for the first what the character that we pull first in the kindergarten and for the student in the kindergarten and the elementary, what character we will push for them. So we know the priority for the student in Indonesia, leveling the priority in the character. So thank you, Mr. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih for your question. So, as I said, we are now in post-modernization phase of society in a global perspective. And so, in this stage of society, well-being, so mentally and physically good condition is a common goal, not only adults, for every developmental stage of children. So, for example, for the children in kindergarten, it is important to respect others. So not only for adults, but also the children in kindergarten. So, and the word well-being or the word, the concept competency is very difficult, but in everyday life, in daily life, the opportunities for competencies or self-reflection, there is opportunities for develop competencies or self-reflection or respect others or cooperation. So I could at least say according to the developmental stage or according to the characteristics of each subject, mathematics, social science, natural science, and so on, it is important to nurture such attitude of students. So was my answer. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope those answer everybody's questions. And I think let's give some appreciation for Professor for the talk. Okay. Now I would like to invite Dr. Yanti for the appreciation of a certificate given to Professor Nobira. Yeah, Dr. Yanti, time is yours. This is a symbolic appreciation for Professor Nobira before we have the second and the third talk.
Okay. Professor Shinji Nobira, Nobira Sensei, Hapiyoshite kurete arigatou gozaimasu.
Terima kasih.
Itsumo yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
Sama-sama.
Thank you very much, Professor Shinji Nobira, for being with us this morning. I think your talk is very useful for all of us. We have a lot of questions. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih.
Sorry, I cannot speak Japanese. I have to learn from Ibu Yanti and you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, once again, thank you very much, Professor Nobira. I think now we can move on to our second speaker, Professor Melanie Budianta from Universitas Indonesia. Yeah. Prof. Melanie will be speaking on embracing diversity through critical literacy. I think before the talk, I need to briefly introduce Professor Melanie. Professor Melanie is a professor of cultural study and literature at Universitas Indonesia. She earned her BA from Universitas Indonesia in English Studies and MA in American Study from University of California and her PhD in Cornell University. Her expertise, among her expertise are on cultural study, humanities, gender, and of course, many other social science topic. And I think we're looking forward for the talk from Professor Melanie. The time is yours, Professor Melanie.
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, esteemed Dean and organizing committee and everybody here, presenters, esteemed presenters, and those who are going to join this conference for 2 days. Yeah. Well, we are going to talk about issues that you are all familiar. Yeah. The term multicultural education. Maybe we can go on with the slides. Yeah. Okay. So let's go to the first slide. Yes. So why do we need to talk about multiculturalism? It has been there for ages, right? 20 years ago, I think I talked at UIN too about multiculturalism. And we know we are very diverse society. Yeah. If I ask each of you, you might talk about your background. And I'm sure each of you have very different background from one another. Yeah. So it is taken for granted. We are diverse. We have so many ethnic groups, right? You still remember your data? I mean, your Indonesian data. How many islands we have? Testing, testing, testing. than 17,000 island, right? How many languages do we speak? Yeah, around 720 or something, right? But as we memorize it, will it remain the same or not? Will these facts remain the same? No, why not? Why? Islands. We have 17,000 islands. Can it be less? Sorry. Can it be less? Ibu said yes. Why is it so? Why can it be less than seven if we have 7,000 island, can it be suddenly 16,000 or something? Well, according to Professor Nabira just now, there is a possibility. Why? Climate change, global warming, the water will rise up and some islands will be gone, right? Okay. Oh, all right. So what about languages? How many among you still speak your mother language? Very good, very good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, but not too many. 5, 6. All right, but actually we should all raise our hands, no? But only a small percentage. Yeah, and what about our children? Yeah, our children live in Jakarta. They speak Bahasa English maybe, right? Or Japanese like Ibu very, very fluently, right? Yeah, and actually Bahasa is my first language too. So some islands, oh, sorry, in some islands, parents do not want to teach mother tongue to the mother language to the children. Why? Because they said if they are so fluent in their native tongue, they might not be fluent in Bahasa or in English. What about their job? You know? If they can be fluent in Bahasa, they might get a civil servant position. If they have other language, international language, they might go to get better jobs. So it's no incentive to teach mother tongue. So our diversity will, unfortunately, might be reduced. So who is responsible? All of us, right? Okay. So, but there are other urgent issues. For example, you may have heard this term post-truth, right? Meaning that we don't care what is the truth. What we care is what we believe is our truth, right? And we don't listen to other people. We know this is truth, yeah, and we don't want to listen to other people who think otherwise from what we believe. That's a phenomena of post-truth, which is not only here, globally it is like that, right? And then, you know, we have talked just now about the transformation of our media. How many hours do we spend our time with this? Yeah. I was born a long time ago. I was born a long time ago when maybe your mother or grandmother was born, right? So when I was born, there is nothing like this. There is even no internet, no television, and you can imagine. Yeah. So it is really a revolution. And when you live with your children, yeah, I'm sure some of you have little children, and I heard some boy here talking about, yeah, if you want them to be quiet, just give them this, right? Gadget, right? And they're even cleverer than us in clicking and clicking and clicking. And sometimes when we live in a family with several generations, your grandma, your parents, it's like living in 3 planets, right? They have different values, different way of doing things, different, like moral values or unggah ungguh, it's very different, right? From each generation. So these are all things that we have to face. It can be for good, something that is very beneficial because they are better than us mastering the technology. But then there are some other issues about transfer of values that we need to talk about, right? But hoax. How many times we click information, we send it to other people. Then we learn later on, oh, it's only hoax. It has been there 2 years ago, or it was some information was make it's disinformation or misinformation was sent to us. Yeah. So these are all around us. Yeah. Also in our gadget are pseudoscience, right? You sure every day you receive messages about this. I don't know what will cure all illness. Just one whatever they're selling you, right? Will cure from cancer to rheumatism to whatever headache, right? So all pseudoscience are around us. And more than that, racism and xenophobia and hate speech, especially during election. Soon we will have local election. Beware, beware. There will be a lot of character assassination or hate speech. And maybe in the one family, we are divided. Father will vote for A, mother will vote for B, and then they might not be talking to each other during the election, right? So these are, it seems to be trivial, it seems to be very light, but it can be serious. I don't know whether some of you were born in 1998, but at that time, this kind of hate speech and hoax can be very, very dangerous. One village which used to be very close to one another, they have been there called or Pelagandong, they love each other, although they have different religion, they have different ethnicity, they are all there. Their parents are, related, always help each other. Suddenly, because of all of this, and because of bad politics, yeah, politics is about power, and sometimes, in order to get power, they can make use or misuse these things to get the power, right? And sometimes we have already learned it a long time in colonial history, divide et impera, right? They can make you quarrel with one another without your knowing it. Something has happened. Suddenly your land is gone because you're busy quarreling with one another. Suddenly your forest is gone because you're busy quarreling with one another. Power is like that, right? So these are not simple. This can be very grave because we've seen one island who used to be very close to one another, suddenly they kill one another. They forgot because of hoax. And one time I learned there is a newspaper, two kind of newspaper for two different communities. They tell the same stories to in the two newspaper. So in this newspaper for Islamic community, they said that some some Muslims have slaughtered by people in the Christian village. The same story occurred in that Christian village. So people started to hate one another because of the misinformation, hoax, etc. So how to deal with this? This is not very easy. The trauma of conflict. We have inter-group conflict quite a lot in Indonesia, right? Although we are almost actually among minority country that have the most diverse society that we are still surviving up to now, right? So it is also one achievement, but at the same time, a very great challenge. Why? Because also like what Professor Nabila said, we are connected globally, and sometimes global politics can also influence our local politics. Yeah. Okay, next. Next, we can talk about urgency. Yeah, we talked just now about how many islands we have, right? And also about the gap. Although we have 17,000 islands, these islands are not equally, what is it? They are not equal in terms of their power or access. In some islands, it's very hard to access technology, Wi-Fi, internet. It's not as easy as here in Jakarta. There is a difference between West Indonesia and East Indonesia, Java and non-Java, outside Java, and small island, big islands, coastal villages and inland villages, rural villages. There are many gaps. Yeah. And now we see we are facing also a little bit economic inflation, right? In Jakarta, we already felt like how usually we spend how many rupiah for gado-gado or, for anything. But now we have to spend more. What about in other islands, which is more difficult to get money? Yeah. So this is not very easy to deal with. And we need to think what to do. According to Professor Nabire, knowledge, and then realization about our problem, awareness, and then attitude. How should we do? What should we do? Can we accept it like it is, or should we do something? And then what action should we do, right? So we see around us that difference can be sold. Difference can be commodified, So in Depot, there are many real estate based on religion. Well, it's very strange. How can we sell real estate based on religion? It is there already, right? So only people with the same religion can stay in that real estate, right? Okay. And then there are malls for different classes, right? Definitely more expensive malls, more affordable malls. So identity can be sold. And maybe those who have this real estate may not be Muslim or may not be Christian. They just want the money, right? They can be sold, right? So what happened in a segregated area? Yeah. From kindergarten, we only meet people of the same religion. Junior high school, people of the same religion. University, people of the same religion. So there is what? There is something missing in the education. Experiencing otherness, and then what happened is then there will be a perspective, ethnocentric perspective, meaning that we see other people from our values, right? And then it may be okay if it's just like that. But we see also in kindergarten how small children are indoctrinated to hate people of different religion, right? Oh, they are kafir. Yeah, you should not hold hands with them. You should not play with them. Or please be careful. Do not even if you go to your friends who are of different religion, do not touch anything, right? If you are given water or to drink or something, don't drink because they might be contaminated, not halal or something. Yeah, it's not only from Islamic religion, from other religion the same way, right? Not only Muslim, no. There are many fanatic Christian, many fanatic Buddhist, many fanatic, all religion have this kind of fanaticism sometimes, right? So if they never seen one another, never experience one another, then what they have is fear and misunderstanding. But what happened? They are living in the same country. We are living in the same country, you know. But we cannot cooperate. We cannot work together with our own people, but from different faith, uh, identity. Okay, so this is something that is very serious, but I'm very happy with actually with UIN. Yeah, I think you are much more open-minded, much more tolerant, much more ready for multiculturalism. Yeah, more inclusive than, I'm sorry, my own university or my university. I remember in 90s when there was a problem in Jakarta. Our UIN actually promote to our students at state university. They said, can we do something on plural dialogue on multicultural issues? Can we have yes, maybe we can have something together with state universities and Islamic universities, but our student senate refused it. The state university said, no, it is not very good topic, right? But the BAM from Islamic universities, because why? Because they have strong faith in their own religion. They are not afraid if they go to the church, they will change their religion. Of course not. Why should you? They know their text, they know what they believe, so they will not be influenced. But some students or from other university are not very secure, right? So they are afraid if they talk about this thing, some might be polluted, you know? Yeah. Yeah, they're afraid of conversion. But so I'm very happy to be here because I know that all of you are very grounded in your own faith and you're ready to talk and to be multicultural. Yeah. Thank you for that, right? And then another thing is bullying. Maybe you have small children in your family. And I was very shocked when I have small children or my grandchildren and they experience bullying in school. In my time, there was no such atmosphere. But now, they was bullied because their name sounds strange. They were bullied because they do not bring the branded bag. They were bullied because they speak a little bit different or what anything can be a source of bullying. And then there is bullying in the media too. When they post something, they laugh about their body shape. They laugh because of this is really very sad, isn't it? But that is what our children are facing, right? So what should we do about that? Next. What? So we need to create inclusive spaces, right? So more and when we were small, when I was small a long time ago, you were not born, there are many area in my town for people to play football, to play kites, you know. But now there's only mall. If you want to have a public space, we go to malls, right? So there are not enough spaces for playing together, meeting people together that we don't know and being nice to one another, right? And then how do we create spaces for that in our own environment, like in UIN here? Yeah. And how we create an ecosystem, right? For diversity in schools, in education. I am very happy to see some of our Islamic organization, especially Nadatul Ulama and also other Muhammadiyah, to initiate visits for the young people, to visit other people from young people from other religious communities, sometimes going to their temples or etc. Very, very good experience for them to have a dialogue about their faith. They might not understand. Some people might ask to Catholic students, do you believe in three gods? You know, right? Something like that, right? And they would explain what it means, etc., etc. Yeah. So this kind of dialogue is very important to create an understanding. And then recruitment is also important. Some companies only recruit people of the same ethnic groups or from the same, kampong or from the same what, yeah. So if recruitment can be diverse, then children and in school they can see, oh, in Catholic school there are people with hijab, right? And there are people from different ethnic groups, so they can hear the different languages. So this experience can enrich because they experience diversity from daily life. So diversity, multiculturalism is not in theory. It has to be experienced. If it's not experienced, it's no use. You cannot only use it cognitively. It has to be effectively. You have to feel it. Empathy is here. And you learn it from reading also literature, right? You read so many different literature, pesantren literature, literature from other groups, so that you know, oh, they live this kind of lives, different lives, but I can empathize. I can feel their experiences. So they feel we are united as a nation because we read and we learn about one another through the media, through education. That is most important. Okay. And also access for disabilities. Yeah. I don't see there is access for disability here outside. But once they're here, they have to be helped. Yeah. So people who are disabled need also the same access. It's very expensive to create access for disability. People who cannot hear, and actually we learn a lot from them. Once I have an architecture student who are deaf, right? So she explains to all of us some criteria of buildings that is no good for the deaf people. I never think about it. They said that it has to be like this, rounded like this. If it is only vertical like that, it's not good for the deaf people. And also, it's good to have a door that is transparent like that because they cannot hear, but they can see the shadow. But if doors are not transparent, they can bump because somebody can come in and they don't know, you know. So to learn from deaf people, it's just amazing, new knowledge because we could not experience their being deaf, but we can learn from them. Next. So we have to nurture that is going back to our topic, critical literacy. It's not only literacy, knowledge to ability to read and write, but critical literacy. Why? Because there are many, like we said, many hoax, many things that are not true, misinformation around us. So how could our student identify hoax? How could they be critical to discern what is true, maybe to check before they actually continue the discussion or believe in something? How you can create or instill intellectual curiosity so your students do not only memorize things like what Professor Nabira already mentioned, but think about what they learn critically and question us, question teachers, you know. You can give incentive for those who can challenge your teacher. Yeah, you as a teacher, yeah. If you can ask questions that I cannot answer, you get a bonus, you know. And a lot of times I cannot answer my students. Why? Because I already mentioned to them in the beginning, I'm not a know-all master of knowledge. I'm only facilitator. I will guide you to experience what I experience, which is learning for life, long life learning. Because I'm still learning. I'm learning from you, my students, and we are learning together. So if there are some issues that I could not answer, we will look for the answers together. We can find experts to answer us. So this kind of spirit, it will boost the confidence of your students. Oh, I know something my teacher doesn't know. They will be very happy. Yeah. Yeah, you get bonus for that because, something like that. Make them self-confident about themselves and eager to expand their knowledge, right? And then, so know-how is important. Use this Google and search, use this and that. You give them ways to find the knowledge and nurture their reading habit. It's very tough. My students now do not like reading anymore, book especially, right? It takes a long time for them to read books because they are not used to reading books, yeah. But they like something very, TikTok or film. That's okay. But books sometimes can be challenging. But in Islamic university, I'm very happy you are still using text, right? You are very good in it, so it's very good. So next. Well, would like to give you examples of some initiative from community. Yeah, I'm now connected to Kampong activism, and there are many community literacy activism. They are very smart. They use Gardu, a Gubuk. They use posts like that, watch posts, to be library for students, for small children, street children, or anything. And they have initiative. Next, we can see. Also, it's very important to appreciate our local culture, right? Because our children usually like Korean. They like Korean popular culture. We do like Korean popular culture too. But sometimes we don't appreciate our own culture. We think it's jadul. We think it's outdated. But you can ask them to interview their parents, their grandparents about their history. You can ask them to bring, for example, culinary recipes from their grandmother and try to eat it together. So something that make them realize that what they have is precious. Because sometimes they take it for granted. Nah, it's just local. It's not international. It's not good enough. But other people, other tourists come and then appreciate it, right? So how to appreciate our own thing is very challenging. Children games. How many of our children still play our traditional children games? Oh, very rare, right? But there are kampungs in Jogja now that becomes kampung dolanan because they recreated the habit of playing these traditional games, and they can bring children from Catholic school, from Islamic school in Jakarta, stay in their village for 2-3 days to experience how is it to be without gadget for 3 days, right? Okay, next. Well, these are some initiatives done by our friends in Malang who belong to Kampong Tato. You cannot believe it. These initiators are activists are used to be remans, which they used to you have a lot of tattoos in their body and they are very masculine, very tough. But then they become literacy activists. They create spaces, any spaces that they can have for their street children or children, anybody near their neighborhood to do reading, not only reading, but also learning martial art. They will teach them to do martial art and anything. Next. Yeah, this is the Republic Gubuk in Malang, in Kampung Tato. They really make use of watch posts, you know, gardu-gardu. They have 100 gardus all over this kampungs for children to stay and read, and then they have activism there. So if the Premans who used to be considered to be very uneducated, they're considered to be a problem maker, can do that, what about us? Yeah, we can do it in our own neighborhood and through the informal as well as formal activism. Next. Yes. Now, just now, Mr. Napiro talked about environment. Yeah. We, in our critical literacy, we need to talk about issues, global issues. For example, there is a war in Gaza. There is war in Ukraine. There are a lot of sufferings, right? We are part of that world. So how could we talk about that? How could we do something about this kind of a global condition? And we know our politics is not very healthy right now. Okay. So corruption, abuse of power, etc., are around us. Do not stop students to talk about it because you are afraid that your campus will be visited by some officials and suddenly you got some letters or something, right? I think they are afraid of you, not the other way around, right? And there is also, like most Nabira already mentioned, ecological destruction. You know, today oligarch or those who have a lot of money can rule our world if they are let alone, right? So we have to stop them because without us saying no, then our lands will all be used for now. I know some even the politics came to religious organizations to have mining permits or something, right? So we have to be able to really be on the side of humanities, be on the side of the people, right? Because we as intellectuals are very privileged. Our people already paid a lot for our position, right? Through their tax, etc. So we have to make use of our position as intellectual to really be on the side of society or the people who are deprived of that. So all our lifestyle, etc., affection of land, we have to be critical of this. Next, the last one. What is most important, and continuing what Professor Nabira mentioned, is ethical issues or morality, right? Are we self-critical to ourselves about our own power relations to our servants, to our children, to our staff, to our whatever who have a different power relation with us? Are we using our power in a just way or not? We should be critical towards us. What about our ethical conduct, because we want to get Scopus 1, Scopus 2, Sinta 1, Sinta 2, right? And then sometimes we use other people's, or you use AI, all right? Okay. Cheating, right? That's something that we need to be aware of also. What about our biases towards other people who are different from us, right? And how do we learn to empathize, to have compassion, right? And all of this is self-learning, and we will learn. And if we learn, our students will learn, and our education will be transformed. I think I will stop in that. Thank you very much for listening.
Well, thank you very much for such insightful and appealing topics on the significance of critical literacy in embracing diversity, and also addressing challenges like those challenges have have been mentioned by Professor Melanie, such as misinformation and also social inequality and other global and local issues, especially by advocating inclusive spaces, just like what she has mentioned, and also ethical awareness in education and also community activism. Now I think it's time for a Q&A session for Professor Melanie, since she is also not going to be able to stay for the rest of the conference. And I will invite only three questions, maybe. Is anybody would like to ask questions to Professor Melanie? Okay, right. We have one question.
Yes, thank you very much, Mas Hanan. Thank you very much, Ibu. It's so inspiring me. I do love your presentation, as usual. You have so very good presentation. Okay, I do agree with your idea about dealing in right now in social media, floating in very many issue, many news, and we cannot distinguish it's true or not. And right now, I have dealing with floating with YouTube. I think our children is very huge impact from YouTube gitu ya. And I have a very straightforward question, Ibu. How to encourage our children or our students to have curiosity. I think if I are teaching in a class, if I teach in class, if I ask my student, anybody questions? You have a question, and my children and my student will be quiet. Yes, I don't have any question. Can we close our class, Ibu? So this is maybe my problem and my others college problem. How to make our student to have a curiosity. I think it's very important for us to find or to have a spirit to learn more. If we don't have a curiosity, so we don't have to learn. Maybe this is my question, Ibu. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much. That is a very common experience. Yeah. You ask any question and there's quiet in the room, right? So we should understand psychologically, yeah, that they feel a little bit daunted if you challenge them like that, is to ask, they are looking around. So what we usually we do is to divide them into groups, yeah, and to ask question from a group. So okay, three of you can have a 2 minutes discussion, and then ask question. One group you can ask question, and they are more confident in the group with their friends, and then they discuss it, yeah. And then okay, what is your response? The first group, and they cannot stop talking actually after that, right? So to be challenged in front of people like that, it is a little bit daunting for students. So you have to find ways, right? Techniques of breaking their psychological, insecurity. Yeah. Second, sometimes we can create games. If you create games, they would be very eager, right? So, for example, a game. I will give a lecture here like this. You just listen to lecture, and actually, I do insert 5 mistakes, for example, in my. So please, anybody who can find my mistakes, for example, or you can create so many silly games, and once you break the ice, so it's what you need to do is to break the ice, Break the ice can be from with games. You play games before in the beginning. Okay, let's do this, let's do that. Everybody, for example, if everybody choose animals or something like that, you know, and animals that's close to you, and say why you like the animals. For example, you do some kind of games that break the ice, and then that can create an atmosphere in which they cannot stop talking. Once they already found their voice and they feel that they are, again, like what Professor Nabira said, the room should be a safe and accepting place for them. So some cannot talk. Why? Because they are stuttering, stutter like that. Every time they speak, stutter. So if that person speak, everybody laugh, and then you have to intervene, and then you say that, oh, I stutter when I was small, and then you do something. So if they feel they are accepted as they are, ruang nyaman dan aman for everybody, then they will be confident and they will not be able to stop talking. And you have to nurture that confidence because you are the teacher high up there, yeah? And they feel that it's small. So you should give a little bit of, boosting of their ego. Compliment them if they say, oh, that's very good question or something like that, yeah? Give compliments, and then they will be okay. And then you can give time for them to ask questions. For example, tomorrow I would like you to make ask questions about plants or about something, and they will spend time. And tomorrow they will come up with questions. So give. They do not want to be made in, center of attention. If it can make them feel shy, yeah. uh, just what Mr. Nabiri said, jangan dipermalukan, ya kan? If they make mistakes or, but give them confidence, and they will be able to really, and then use they could find, for example, topics that really they really like. So what is it that they like very much, and they could find some topics about that. And when they found topics that is close to them, then they will find information, and information that you don't know, that we don't know as teachers. They're very smart. And for example, I have one kid before, when my boy, he was 5 and he knows everything about dinosaur, for example. So when he has to talk about dinosaur, he will not stop, right? So let them find what they like, and then you connect whatever you're teaching with what they like, and then it will be fine. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I hope that answers your questions. Is there any questions? Okay, we have one more questions. Maybe this would be the last one since time is approaching.
Thank you so much, Professor Melanie. I think that's a very interesting topic, because then I reflect to myself. As you know that I graduated from Islamic education in UIN Hidayatullah, far away, so far a long time ago. And actually, before, I've never studied in an or in public schools before. So I studied in Islamic schools, junior high school, senior high school, and then I continued my study to UIN, which is Islamic universities. And I learned only Islamic studies. But then, because I work in an international school as assistants, and then I choose to go to other places. And then I choose University of Indonesia. My subject that time was educational psychology. And now I become a lecturer here, and I teach educational psychology. But what I reflect from what you have already told us, honestly, before I studied in UI, I thought that I'm that kind of person that you mentioned. I'm maybe right wings. But when I studied in University of Indonesia, I found many friends, different religion than me. And I found that they keep saying like, Arabic things like Alhamdulillah, Astaghfirullah. And I surprised at that time, oh, how come they're not Muslim, but why they say that? MashaAllah, they said something like that. And it make, I think myself perspective is quite different because of that things. Because I studied in different university while before only in Islamic studies. Oh, I mean in Islamic university, but then it changed my perspective about multiculturalism. But then I also find a contradiction. I mean, okay, I studied in different university with multiculturalism, but then I still found myself, my other self, still have, that Islam is different with others. I still think deeply in my side, deeply in my, my level of belief that, okay, it's still
Sorry,
haram. It's
maybe it
still,
would be great if you can go to the question.
yeah, okay. So what I want to say that even though we already involved in many areas with different perspective about things, but inside we still feel like that. That's the first thing. The second one, as a teacher, sometimes we want to go more than it. I mean, we want to promote multiculturalism in our, but then we have, like regulations who then hinder us to do that more. For example, when we want to talk to our student about that, but then we afraid that maybe one student will, take a video and then report it in the social media. So of course, it's very, very hard for us. So what is your suggestion about that? Thank you so much.
Shall I answer? Thank you very much. I appreciate what you already share with us. And it's not wrong to be firm in your belief. It's not wrong at all. You need to be firm in your beliefs in order to be able to interact with other people, right? So you still have what you believe. You keep it. It's yours. But then there is ability. You already expand your ability to interact with other people. So this kind of cycle is very healthy. You know other people, maybe you add a little bit about what you know, but your basic belief will stay the same. And I feel most of us will hold on to it dearly. And it's okay. It's a healthy that way because you need to have something that you stand on your own, right? And you do not need to always agree with other people. Because if you talk with 10 people, 10 people will have different, even the same Muslim community, you have 10 different, statements and different opinions. You have to ground yourself to what you can hold. Yeah, it's very important to always strengthen your own foundation. I think it's okay, and to deal with policies, to deal with environment that is repressive. It is what we are facing right now, right? We want to talk about this, but sexual minority is now a no, 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 no. Nobody dare to talk about sexual minority. But in my class, we have people from sexual minorities. They are there in the class. They are there in the class, and I said in my class, in this class, everybody can be themselves. You can be yourself, but we will not go out of this class to expose it. For example, like that, because this our world is changing. Now it's becoming more and more conservative everywhere globally. And the regulation is becoming very exploitative, sometimes very strict, rigid. So you have to negotiate and find your own safe ground that you feel it's okay for you to talk And you have to make sure the children understand too that this is only within us and what is the purpose of this discussion. It's not easy. It's something that you have to always negotiate. You have to find your way. But I think we should not give up just because there is a oppressive rule or something like that. There are other ways. If you cannot talk in this way, you can talk it in different way. For example, about sexual minority, this is very taboo, right? But that person is sick, for example. That person has sick. So we all need to come and visit and or to help her because what? Our religious text, you can use your religious text, say that somebody is sick, we have to care for them, regardless they're what? Regardless if they are atheist. If they're dying, they're hungry, we have to help. You know? So there are ways to negotiate that. Yeah, I think so. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. I hope that answer your questions. And I think with that last response and questions, that would be the last session for the second speakers. And I think before we go to the third speaker, I would like to invite our Dean of Faculty of Educational Science, Professor Siti Nurul Azkia, to give a token of appreciation to Professor. Yeah, please. Thank you very much, Professor Melanie, for coming to our conference. Okay, now we've come to the third and the last speaker for today's plenary sessions. I would invite Dr. Farhan to the stage to present his presentations. For Dr. Farhan, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So I saw all sleepy now. Okay, so I will go faster. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum ya sayyidi Rasulullah wa ala alika al-athhar wa ashabikal akhyar wa tabi'ina lahum bi ihsan ila yaumiddin amma ba'd. Get my slide?
Yeah, would you like me to introduce you? Yeah, I forgot. I just maybe a little bit short introduction from me.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, great. So yeah, I'm really sorry. It's kind of rushed, so I forgot. And yeah, I would like to briefly introduce Dr. Farhan. His full name is Dr. Muhammad Farhan bin MD Arifin. He is currently a senior at the University Kebangsaan Malaya, Malaysia. He earned his bachelor degree from, his bachelor degree and master's degree and also PhD from the same university, University of Malaya, studying Ilmu Al-Hadith. And his among his expertise are in hadith, of course, and also Islamic consumerisms, especially halal studies, and also Islamic studies, of course, and other social and religious expertise. So we'll be talking about Rihlah Islam Rihlah Ilmiah as a faculty to aggrandize values and character building across cultural. Okay. Now I guess
Okay.
it's yours.
Redo Okay, bismillah. Okay, baik. Thank you to the Dean, Faculty of Ilmu Tarbiyah and Keguruan in Sejarah Hidayatullah Jakarta. Thank you too to the organizer, the committee, to Bu Erba for this invitation, Bu Ratna, and all the secretariat, Bu Umi Kalsum also. Okay, this is my second time here. Yeah, Alhamdulillah. So I talking about Rihlah Ilmiah. So I will be apply that concept. So I come here. Rihlah from Malaysia to Indonesia. So my topic is on Rihlah Ilmiah as a faculty to aggrandize values and character building across cultural diversity. So why I choose the term aggrandize is to enhance the value, to enhance the reputation, to increase the power. So that's the meaning of aggrandize. So aggrandize the value and nurturing values or character building. So as the hadith researcher, so when I got the team for this seminar, so I wondering what topic should I do. But still related to hadith and to the education. So this is the topic that I prefer, and I think it's most suitable topic for this seminar. So when we talk about the Rihlah Ilmiah, Rihlah Ilmiah, so Rihlah Ilmiah, or the Malay words called jauh perjalanan luas pandangan. Itu kalimah di that's the words in Malay, in bahasa Melayu, in Malaysia. Jauh perjalanan luas pandangan. Maybe in Indonesia you have another word to wisata. That's it. Okay. So when we talk about Rihlah Ilmiah, in character building or nurturing values, when we go back to the Islamic tradition or Islamic civilization, we can see that Rihlah Ilmiah is the common way back there, years 100 years ago. So in the tradition of muhaddithin or hadith, we can see the muhaddithin, they travel, they make way to obtain hadith, to search for a higher sanad and everything. That's the main purpose. So if we can translate that Rihlah Ilmiah for today's world, maybe we can relate to the activity, of student. We can rihlah for knowledge, like outbound, inbound. So also we can rihlah for spiritual, for healing. Prophet Ratna is always outside for healing. So also we can rihlah for wisata, for ibadah, for iktisadiyah, economy, and also ziarah. That's the type of rihlah as we can find in the definition of rihlah. Okay, but why I talk about this? is about the by engaging with the rihlah ilmiyah, so we can develop essential values such as humility, respect, and empathy, while building character traits like resilience and adaptability. So the easiest way is to 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 nurture human is ataupun the easiest way to develop values and character building is by travel, is by rehlah, making journey. Okay? You can let your son, you can let your son survive. So you can let your son away from home, so he will learn by experience. So he will learn by experience. That's why rehlah ilmiah is so important. The best teacher is the experience. Maybe first time I come to Jakarta, I don't know anything. I just for bandara here, and Bu Erba arrange everything. So the second time, I already know. I will not. I not inform her. I did not inform her. Suddenly I came here. That's second time. Maybe the third time. Maybe the next time, third time, I will go straight to Bandung. Not come here anymore. That's the experience, from experience. So you maybe the best way to nurture character building or nurture human is by rehlah ilmiyah. Okay, so by rehlah ilmiyah, they will know what is right, what is wrong. They will know the local wisdom, the culture diversity of some tribe, or some country, and so on. Oh, they also will become independent, mandiri. They will become independent. So maybe the children is when they always with parents, they will become dependent on the parent. But if you let them away, they will become independent. Okay, that's what I want to promote. I want to talk about the how rehlah ilmiah is giving impact to the multicultural multiculturalism and what cultural diversity, cultural literacy. Okay. In the final, in my paper, I will send to the committee. I talk about the definition of rehlah ilmiah. So this one I will go faster. Rehlah ilmiah is an educational adventure or expedition in search of knowledge, personal growth, and spiritual enrichment. That rehlah ilmiah has a long tradition, long tradition in the history of humanity. So human is a homo viator, is a central feeder of culture. So this is a concept that believes that life is essentially a journey, traveling to discover the supernatural, exotic, the sacred, and the desire to the desire that drive human to continue traveling. So in Islam, we can see that Hajj, the Hajj is the most sacred journey in Islam, by those who can afford it. And in terms of student, we have many. We can arrange many rehlah ilmiah or many activities, such as KTP. You know KTP? Yeah. Knowledge transfer program. So a long history, muhaddisin did the rehlah ilmiah to search hadith, to search sanad, to discuss with the scholars and so on. So in this paper, I will not talk about the muhaddisin culture and so on. So I want to just put on the main purpose, such as by muhaddisin, they do rehlah ilmiah to obtain hadith. They do rehlah ilmiah to to consolidate the hadith, seeking a higher level, seeking information about the trustworthy of the narrators, and then discuss with the more senior or more experienced narrators. Okay, then how come the rehlah ilmiah can be important in Islamic education? So in Islamic education that I can see, the rehlah ilmiah approach can give the student a different perspective in life. They can see they can engage with the diverse idea and broaden their understanding. Okay. Like Allah SWT say fi Quran, siru fil ard. Siru fil ard. Fayanzuru kaifa kana akibatul. So travel to throughout the world. So in the concept of Islamic education, the rehlah ilmiah also foster a sense of humility and respect of knowledge. So they will gain new knowledge when they do the rehlah ilmiah. And in the contemporary context, rehlah ilmiah remains a relevant and powerful concept within Islamic education. Okay, so this one I want to give focus on. Okay, I will talk about the experience in UKM. What we transform rehlah ilmiah in regards to the cultural diversity in today's education world. Maybe the community can go to the final slide. Okay, so I think you all know about the rehlah ilmiah and it's important. So if you go out from our comfort zone, we will see a different world. We will see the different people. We will gain more knowledge and so on. That's the concept of rehlah ilmiah. So how in Malaysia we transfer the concept of rehlah ilmiah? First is the knowledge transfer. Transferring knowledge and expertise from university to the community. Okay, how we transfer knowledge? There's many ways we can transfer knowledge by rehlah ilmiah, whether offline or online. So in UKM, I would love to say UKM than UKM. It's more elegant, UKM. Okay, in UKM, we do every subject. We will do what we name OPKIM, community service. So the community service, all the students will go to foster family, live with them, maybe 1 week to 2 weeks, and then make a report, make a video, what they learn from that. That's we call community service. And also, how can rehlah ilmiah also benefit knowledge transfer and so on? So that's the student also can give their expertise, can teach the young generation, okay, or can teach the community that they serve. For example, in the last 2 months, I make the community service. I bring UKM student 2 bus from Bangi to the rural area, 8 hours from UKM, and then they stay 2 weeks. The first problem is to find the financial or to support the cost of the program. around 20,000 Malaysia ringgit. So what we do, we urge the student to find the financial support. So they gain the experience on finding fund. How to find the fund, how to get the fund. So the student will go to NGOs, to the political figures and so on. So then they get the 20,000 ringgit Malaysia. So university does not support anything, just support the bus. And the student will get the skill to search for fund. So I understand. Now I realize in Indonesia we about to pilpres, or pilkada. That's the right time to ask for fund. So when there's near to the election, more easy to get fund. So we can use it to student program. Also, the student also can be can do the or can apply their knowledge and expertise. Okay, apply of knowledge and expertise to the community is not just an option, is a necessity. Okay, so the student and the faculty member can apply their knowledge to benefit faculty. That's the meaning, the real purpose of knowledge is to benefit other people. Khairukum man ta'allama al-Quran wa 'allamahu. That's the purpose of ilmu. To give benefit to society and so on. Furthermore, integration of multicultural perspective and the promotion of cultural diversities are vital in building values and character within the university and the community. Besides transferring knowledge, the student also can apply the knowledge. If they learn about education, so they can educate the younger version in the village. If they learn about the engineering, so they can solve the problem in that village, maybe the electricity and so on, and building the house. If they study about electrical or about the engineering, they can propose to the industries how to cut costs in their production. That's the main important thing in industries. Once I submitted the proposal to the industry, and then among the I have gone through until top 5 for the research grant. Then the first one is win by the researcher that propose a technology that can cut costs in production. So the industry will see the best proposal, which can they benefit the most. The industry will give prioritize to the proposal that can cut costs and maximize the production. So that's the way how we can contribute to the community. Okay, that's why the Rihlah Ilmiah is important, and to know what other people problem, and we solve it by our knowledge, transfer our knowledge, apply our knowledge. And also we give to the social service and social development. Not also we give benefit to the community, but by Rihlah Ilmiah or educational journey, we also give benefit to ourselves. Like what? We can increase our values. We can understand cultural diversity. We can understand what wrong, what right. we can understand how the interaction with one tribe, how the interaction with one district, and so on. Okay, and also the rehlah ilmiah also important in nurturing student to find strategic partners, to find strategic relationship with communities or with other people, grow their networking. So it help create a lasting impact that benefits the industry, the community, and the university. Okay. So beside that, what we can understand from the rehlah ilmiah, what we can apply from the concept of rehlah ilmiah in today's world, is we can enhance the quality of life and education. If we study in Indonesia, so it's not the same as study in abroad. If we study in Islamic studies in Middle East, so we can get a new views, new experience on multicultural diversity, on the community there, that can improve, that can improve educational outcome, then and contribute to the overall well-being of self, of the community, by fostering a sense of belonging and respect among individuals in diverse cultural background. Okay. And rehlah ilmiah is so important to increase our academic achievement. So I talk specifically on student. We can increase our academic achievement and promotion or program promotion. So in my experience, I see my journey from degree S1 until S3 as a journey. Until now, I refer myself as my work as a journey. Okay, I create a folder Kembara UKM. Before that, I put UTM. And I want to tell you about I see my journey to become S3, to finish S3 as a journey. So what we should gain in our journey as a postdoc student, you should gain critical thinking. You should gain research methodology. You should understand, or you should improve on your academic writing. So that's three things you should get as a postdoc, as a postgraduate student. So in master, you find your desire to write. You find your desire to learn about the methodology and so on. You build your critical thinking, and when you go to the PhD level or the S3 level, you must at least master all the skill. So when I go to the S3, so I have already 50 articles. So my supervisor teach me on how to write article. First, he give the easiest way, easiest topic to write. This one, easiest. Then he put another level. He gives the immediate level. And last, he will give the hard level. So the easiest way, okay, one day finish, I give to him. Immediate, maybe 1 week, finish. The hard, 1 month, 2 months, not finished. So I refer, and then I will get the experience and to build the academy, to how to think critically, That's how you should how you should view your journey as a student. That's important. That's important to gain experience. Eh? So when the lecturers or the student, when the lecturers ask you to do something, take that as a experience, as an experience. So you will gain experience. So when I was first in S2, he told me, okay, you take this article and you submit to the Q3 WOS. So I think, how prof, this article in Bahasa Melayu. So you want me to, you ask me to submit to the WOS Q3, why not Scopus or why not Sinta? It's more easier. But he give me to the highest level. So I put all the efforts and then I achieved that success after 2 years. After 2 years. So we can get. So view your journey S1, S2, S3, view your education as a journey. So you will gain experience. And it as Islamic, as a Muslim, as Muslim, we also being told by Nabi Muhammad that life is also a journey. So every day you do in life is journey, as include your education. As my experience, I write every detail what I do every day. So I have like 10 or 5 diaries from S1, S2, S3 until now. I still have diaries to write what I done, what I did every day. Not like essay, but point. What I did, I come to office, what I did today. 1, 2, 3, 4. So your time will be manageable. Your time will be beneficial. You don't come to the office and play handphone and so on. Atau you come to the class. Okay, that's how you view. That's the thinking that we want from this paper. And also the last one, the importance of rehlah ilmiah. So the in Malaysia, we can fulfilling the MIRA assessment requirement, Malaysia Research Assessment. So the MIRA is a body that will determine which university should be considered as research university. In Malaysia, research university is 5. UKM, UM, UTM, USM, UPM. It's 5 research university. So if one university get the title research university, they will get more fund from government to conduct our research. So to maintain that title is important. So how can we maintain that title? So we write in index publication, do the community service activity from student, community service, and so on. That's the criteria to stay in that top level, the RU university. And now UKM is like the second or third. So sometimes second, sometimes third in top 5 in RU Research University. Okay, they will get additional fund to on research and so on. That's important. Okay, so that's my view on rehlah ilmiah in nurturing values, in character building, Then what I can say anymore is about maybe as maybe I don't know about Indonesia, but in Malaysia we have a serious issue about the kata apa, sekolah rendah SD di sini. SD di they didn't want to they does not want to continue studies to S1. They want to be Grab rider, work independently. They want to find money and so on. Is that happened in Indonesia? Same. That's the main problem. In Malaysia, it's about 10% or 20% drop from the SD to S1. That's the serious problem. Okay. Yeah, from secondary school. The secondary school student doesn't want to continue studies to the degree. So they will give they will have a long impact to the community, to the nation. They will become the low incomes and so on. Okay. The final thing, what I can view from the Rehlah Ilmiyah is there are many activities that we can implement from this concept of Rehlah Ilmiyah. The community service, based learning. That's why we have community service based learning. We give the student we give the student a chance to conduct program, to find financial support, to deal with person. So all of that will give them experience, to know the other culture. Maybe in Indonesia is more complicated because there are many tribes in the many districts in Indonesia, but in Malaysia is easier to conduct. Okay, maybe after this we can have MOU and we can send student from UKM to Indonesia to UIN Syarif Hidayatullah and Syarifullah to Bangi to UKM. Okay, insyaAllah we can expect on that. Okay. Okay, for the final, Rehlah Ilmiah is a concept and practice that has significant value in the Islamic tradition and continues to be relevant in modern education. It emphasizes of the active pursuit of knowledge, personal growth, lifelong learning, cultural exchange that make it powerful tool for the individual and moral development. So by embracing the spirit of Rehlah Ilmiah, individual cannot only enhance not only enhance their understanding, but also contribute to the broader goals of building a more knowledgeable, respectful, and interconnected world. The enduring relevance of Rehlah Ilmiah in contemporary education highlights the importance of preserving and promoting this tradition, Rehlah Ilmiah. And as universities and educational institutions continue to adapt the changing needs to the modern world, the principle of Rehlah Ilmiah can serve as a guiding framework for fostering a culture of learning, respect, and multicultural understanding. So university commitment to transfer knowledge and expertise to the community that reflects a holistic approach to education, community focused setting, university centered, community centered university, and contribute to the social development, foster goodwill, and establish lasting strategic development. So this effort will will enhance the quality of life, and community also will increase the academic achievement and fulfilling full potential of the student, or fulfilling the requirement for future ready graduates that we want in every nation. So by embracing and promoting multiculturalism and cultural diversity, university such as UIN, such as UKM, play a vital role in building values and character, not only within their institution, but also within the broader community. In doing so, the university embodies the principle of service to society, which lies at the core of its mission. So by that, I end my presentation. I end my talks. So I give back to the to saudara, to MC, inshallah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farhan, for the interesting talk about Rila Ismia. Can we give applause for Dr. Farhan, everybody? So Dr. Farhan has introduced and reminded us on the concept of Rila Ilmiah, which is an educational adventure, he mentions, or educational journey in Islamic traditions, as means to enhance values, character building, and also cultural exchange. He also emphasized the importance of integrating this concept into modern educations to promote cultural diversity, community engagement, and the transfer of knowledge from university to broader society. And I think since we don't have much time, maybe one question, if there's any, to Dr. Farhan on his presentations. Or maybe anybody online from the Zoom meetings would have any questions? Okay. Okay, so there's one question from the Zoom meetings. Can you share the screen, share the question so I can read the questions? No? Dr. Munas. Okay, great. Can somebody hand a microphone to Dr. Munas, please? No. Okay.
Yes.
What?
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hasnan. Thank you, Dr. Farhan, for such interesting topic. Rihlah ilmiah is kind of metaphoric, I think. You mentioned about how Rihlah ilmiah can support students uh, in creating such partnership with communities, right, in your presentation. Can you share with us experiences that your students have during that such of Real Ilmiah? So the real experiences from your students, can you tell us the story about that? How they can build mutual or strategic partnership with community through their education journey. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I understand that question. So I will give from the experience, myself and my student. Okay, from the view of myself. So by Rehlah Ilmiah, by doing the concept of Rehlah Ilmiah, so we as educational journey. So that we when we go to the one places, we doing activities at one place. So we'll have to understand the culture of the place. Maybe I will give my point on my village, for example. Okay, my village is what we call the one side of political parties. So if you side B, you cannot contribute to that society. They will they will they will uh, they will not give you permission to access to that community. So what you can do, you will have to make strategic partnership with side A in terms for you to contribute to your own village or your own district or your own places, not including the other places. So that's how you interact with other people or how you deal with other people. So as myself, I myself registered to be the member of side A so that I can contribute. That's how what we call not a global politic, but a village politic or district politic. So that's our noble purpose can be served. We can serve the people. We can transfer the knowledge for the people. So as my student, I always when we doing an activities in one what we call orang asli, orang pribumi. So I also teach my student. I also urge my student to understand how they interact, how they live. Okay, you cannot go to the one places orang asli and then you want to make some activities. No. So you have to make a good strategic partnership with Tok Batin, what we call the leader or the leader of orang asli. So every movement, every activities you have to get permission from Tok Batin. If Tok Batin okay, you have good partner with him, so you can do any activities. He will treat you as guest. He will become welcome for you. That's how from my experience the student will learn about their education journey, how to understand the world better, how to understand the world and put values in themselves to become a better person and achieve our goal to contribute to the society. Allah Ta'ala alam. That's my answers. Sufficient, Doctor?
All right, thank you very much. So that response would be the end of the third speaker's presentation today. Can we Oh, we have one more questions. Do you have time? Yeah, let's just see. One more question, Dr. Farhan. Yes. What are the impacts of lacking a multicultural approach on learning outcomes and classroom dynamics? It's from Deva Rizkiatun. Yeah, it's kind of hard to pronounce the last one, from UIN Jakarta.
Okay. I will maybe I give a short answer for this. If you lack of multicultural approach in your life or in learning, especially in learning or classroom activities, the easiest example is in the field of academic. In academic, we have maybe we have this mazhab, these views of education from A, B, C, and these views on methodological research methodology from Creswell, from B, C. There's a lot of views. There's a lot of opinion on how to do your research and so on. So if you teach whether Islamic studies or whether Islamic education or research methodology and so on, it's always we always have to embrace multiculturalism, so that we can understand other people source of views. In hadith we have madrasah ahli hadith and madrasah ahli ra'i. That's two different school of thought. We can deny it. One part is close to the Prophet, and ahli madrasah ahli ra'i ba'id, far away from the Hijaz. So that's will nurture people according to their places. So in education, in classmate, in classroom, or in your activities and so on, so there will be many views or different of opinion. That's how we create critical thinking. Maybe I will give simplest answer. Simplest answer. One hadith, one people say Sahih, one people say Hasan, one people say Da'if. That's the different. And the multi answer about the status. So how you deal with that? So you will analyze. You will synthesis. You will find the source. What the source for A, Sahih, Hasan, Da'if. If the class did not have that kind of multicultural or multi approach, so the class will be one way. All of it according to the maybe outdated sources, maybe the wrong answers, or maybe unrealistic into this world. So if we do not open to the diversity of opinion or the multi approach, we will become unrealistic in today's world, in the world of accessible. We can access the knowledge through fingers. So they are open to more information, and that will create and the class should be multi approach in doing their activities or teaching and learning. Wallahu ta'ala alam. That's all from me.
Okay, thank you very much once again. I think that would close this third speaker's presentations. Can we give applause for Dr. Farhan, everybody, please? Okay, as a token of appreciations, I think the Faculty of Educational Sciences would like to give a certificate and souvenir for Dr. Pahan. And on behalf of Faculty of Educational Sciences, our Dean, Professor Siti Nurul Azkia, will hand out the certificate. Thank you very much for staying tuned and for paying attention to the whole section throughout this plenary. Now I think I give it back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you for our moderator and all of our three wonderful speakers for our first session one. That marks the end of the plenary one. We shall have our break time after this. And ladies and gentlemen, you may join us back at 2 p.m. for the para day one. All right. Let me restate once again, ladies and gentlemen, you may join us back at 2 p.m. for the parallel session day one. And for your information, the parallel session will be held hybrid in 4 rooms provided. The audiences may feel free to participate.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please have your break time. And I would like to remind to all distinguished guests and participants here to fill the attendance list by scanning the barcode that the committee has attached on the front door of this room. You can scan the barcode and fill the attendance for day one of ICEMS 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, entering the break time, the committee will display a video from Pojok Curhat. Please enjoy.
every person possesses an expectation. Expecting to be a knowledgeable and civilized person. Expecting to achieve a bright future. Those expectations can be actualized with enthusiasm and sincerity in seeking knowledge. Here, a place where hope flows as a struggle to achieve the dreams. A place to establish prospective educators who are excellent, competitive and professional, as well as upholding the principles of Islamic values as the foundation for building civilization. A place to expand creativity and innovation. A place to yield humanistic intellectuals. Here, where all hopes are putted up and all dreams are knitted. Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta was established on June 1, 1957, which is one of the oldest faculties and also has historical value in the development of Islamic education in Indonesia. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Teaching has 18 study programs, 12 undergraduate study programs, 1 professional study program, 4 master study programs, and 1 doctoral study program. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta also possesses several excellent programs such as International Conference, Green Campus, National Seminar, and Student Exchange. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a distinguished, competitive, professional, technology-based faculty with an international reputation by integrating science, Islam, accumulation of values of tolerance, respect each other and upholding diversity in order to underpin Indonesia EMAS 2045. Students carry out the learning process face-to-face, inside and outside the classroom, online as well as hybrid. In addition, laboratory practicums, field practice, and teaching practice are also conducted nationally and internationally. Students are also involved in collaborative research and community service. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training provide freedom for all academic community members to express themselves, develop their potential and expand networking. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta continuously show its existence with various achievements at the national and international levels. These achievements proved that the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta is a global competitive teaching faculty. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a green campus underpinned by safe, comfortable, disabled-friendly infrastructure as well as has numerous sophisticated, modern facilities and integrated with public spaces. Complete facilities to support effective and quality learning process. As an adaptive and inclusive faculty with the development of the times. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta interlaces strategic partnerships with various parties nationally and internationally. Cooperation in the form of teaching, research, community service, and student exchanges.
The Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University is the biggest faculty in our university. Currently, we have 12 bachelor study programs, 4 master's programs, and 1 doctoral program with more than 6,500 students and 220 faculty members. In line with the university's vision to become an internationally reputable Islamic university that integrates Islam and science, our faculty contributes a key role by preparing future teachers, educational researchers, practitioners, and our younger generations through quality education. Our faculty is a nurturing ground for our graduates who are not only excellent, but also globally competitive, professional, technologically savvy, and skilled with a strong Islamic character. We are committed to preparing the next generations of professionals who will make a significant impact in their respective fields of education.
As one of the reputable Islamic universities in Indonesia, UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta, through the Faculty of Educational Sciences, seeks to bridge the younger generation worldwide to explore Islamic sciences and teachings. The Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Jakarta continuously transforms into a modern, excellent, and competitive education center toward a golden Indonesia 2045. Faculty of Educational Sciences is committed to always being the foremost in developing a curriculum relevant to the dynamic needs of our society. We believe with our education and spirit of progressiveness that the Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Jakarta will always be the center for development and headway education in Indonesia.
In this place, all dreams come true. The gate to success is front of you. Success that makes Indonesia a nation of quality, civilized, and dignified. Every person possesses an expectation, expecting to be a knowledgeable and civilized person, expecting to achieve a bright future. Those expectations can be actualized with enthusiasm and sincerity in seeking knowledge. Here, a place where hope flows as a struggle to achieve the dreams. A place to establish prospective educators who are excellent, competitive, and professional, as well as upholding the principles of Islamic values as the foundation for building civilization. A place to expand creativity and innovation. A place to yield humanistic intellectuals. Here, where all hopes are putted up and all dreams are knitted. Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta was established on June 1, 1957, which is one of the oldest faculties and also has historical value in the development of Islamic education in Indonesia. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Teaching has 18 study programs, 12 undergraduate study programs, 1 professional study program, 4 master study programs, and 1 doctoral study program. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta also possesses several excellent programs such as International Conference, Green Campus, National Seminar, and Student Exchange. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a distinguished, competitive, professional, technology-based faculty with an international reputation by integrating science, Islam, accumulation of values of tolerance, respect each other, and upholding diversity in order to underpin Indonesia EMAS 2045. Students carry out the learning process face-to-face, inside and outside the classroom, online as well as hybrid. In addition, laboratory practicums, field practice, and teaching practice are also conducted nationally and internationally. Students are also involved in collaborative research and community service. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training provide freedom for all academic community members to express themselves, develop their potential, and expand networking. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta continuously show its existence with various achievements at the national and international levels. These achievements proved that the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta is a global competitive teaching faculty. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a green campus underpinned by safe, comfortable, disabled-friendly infrastructure as well as has numerous sophisticated, modern facilities and integrated with public spaces. Complete facilities to support effective and quality learning process. As an adaptive and inclusive faculty with the development of the times. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta interlaces strategic partnerships with various parties nationally and internationally. Cooperation in the form of teaching, research, community service, and student exchanges.
The Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, is the biggest faculty in our university. Currently, we have 12 bachelor study programs, 4 master's programs, and 1 doctoral program with more than 6,500 students and 220 faculty members. In line with the university's vision to become an internationally reputable Islamic university that integrates Islam and science, our faculty contributes a key role by preparing future teachers, educational researchers, practitioners, and our younger generation through quality education. Our faculty is a nurturing ground for our graduates who are not only excellent, but also globally competitive, professional, technologically savvy, and skilled with a strong Islamic character. We are committed to preparing the next generations of professionals who will make a significant impact in their respective fields of education.
As one of the reputable Islamic universities in Indonesia, UIN Syarif Jakarta, through the Faculty of Educational Sciences, seeks to bridge the younger generation worldwide to explore Islamic sciences and teachings. The Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Syarif Jakarta continuously transforms into a modern, excellent, and competitive education center toward a golden Indonesia 2045. Faculty of Educational Sciences is committed to always being the foremost in developing a curriculum relevant to the dynamic needs of our society. We believe with our education and spirit of progressiveness that the Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Syarif Jakarta will always be the center for development and headway education in Indonesia.
In this place, all dreams come true. The gate to success is front of you. Success that makes Indonesia a nation of quality, civilized, and dignified. Every person possesses an expectation. Expecting to be a knowledgeable and civilized person. Expecting to achieve a bright future. Those expectations can be actualized with enthusiasm and sincerity in seeking knowledge. Here, a place where hope flows as a struggle to achieve the dreams. A place to establish prospective educators who are excellent, competitive, and professional, as well as upholding the principles of Islamic values as the foundation for building civilization. A place to expand creativity and innovation. A place to yield humanistic intellectuals. Here, where all hopes are putted up and all dreams are knitted. Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta was established on June 1, 1957, which is one of the oldest faculties and also has historical value in the development of Islamic education in Indonesia. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Teaching has 18 study programs, 12 undergraduate study programs, 1 professional study program, 4 master study programs, and 1 doctoral study program. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta also possesses several excellent programs such as International Conference, Green Campus, National Seminar, and Student Exchange. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a distinguished, competitive, professional, technology-based faculty with an international reputation by integrating science, Islam, accumulation of values of tolerance, respect each other, and upholding diversity in order to underpin Indonesia EMAS 2045. Students carry out the learning process face-to-face, inside and outside the classroom, online as well as hybrid. In addition, laboratory practicums, field practice, and teaching practice are also conducted nationally and internationally. Students are also involved in collaborative research and community service. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training provide freedom for all academic community members to express themselves, develop their potential, and expand networking. the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training. Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta continuously show its existence with various achievements at the national and international levels. These achievements proved that the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta, is a global competitive teaching faculty. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a green campus underpinned by safe, comfortable, disabled-friendly infrastructure, as well as has numerous sophisticated, modern facilities and integrated with public spaces, complete facilities to support effective and quality learning process, as an adaptive and inclusive faculty with the development of the times. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta interlaces strategic partnerships with various parties nationally and internationally, cooperation in the form of teaching, research, community service, and student exchanges.
The Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, is the biggest faculty in our university. Currently, we have 12 bachelor study programs, 4 master's programs, and 1 doctoral program, with more than 6,500 students and 220 faculty members. In line with the university's vision to become an internationally reputable Islamic university that integrates Islam and science, our faculty contributes a key role by preparing future teachers, educational researchers, practitioners, and our younger generation through quality education. Our faculty is a nurturing ground for our graduates who are not only excellent, but also globally competitive, professional, technologically savvy, and skilled with a strong Islamic character. We are committed to preparing the next generations of professionals who will make a significant impact in their respective fields of education.
As one of the reputable Islamic universities in Indonesia, UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta, through the Faculty of Educational Sciences, seeks to bridge the younger generation worldwide to explore Islamic sciences and teachings. The Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta continuously transforms into a modern, excellent, and competitive education center toward a golden Indonesia 2045. Faculty of Educational Sciences is committed to always being the foremost in developing a curriculum relevant to the dynamic needs of our society. We believe with our education and spirit of progressiveness that the Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta will always be the center for development and headway education in Indonesia.
In this place, all dreams come true. The gate to success is front of you. Success that makes Indonesia a nation of quality, civilized, and dignified. Every person possesses an expectation, expecting to be a knowledgeable and civilized person, expecting to achieve a bright future. Those expectations can be actualized with enthusiasm and sincerity in seeking knowledge. Here, a place where hope flows as a struggle to achieve the dreams. A place to establish prospective educators who are excellent, competitive, and professional, as well as upholding the principles of Islamic values as the foundation for building civilization. A place to expand creativity and innovation. A place to yield humanistic intellectuals. Here, where all hopes are putted up and all dreams are knitted. Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta was established on June 1, 1957, which is one of the oldest faculties and also has historical value in the development of Islamic education in Indonesia. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Teaching has 18 study programs, 12 undergraduate study programs, 1 professional study program, 4 master study programs, and 1 doctoral study program. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta also possesses several excellent programs such as International Conference, Green Campus, National Seminar, and Student Exchange. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a distinguished, competitive, professional, technology-based faculty with an international reputation by integrating science, Islam, accumulation of values of tolerance, respect each other and upholding diversity in order to underpin Indonesia EMAS 2045. Students carry out the learning process face-to-face, inside and outside the classroom, online as well as hybrid. In addition, laboratory practicums, field practice, and teaching practice are also conducted nationally and internationally. Students are also involved in collaborative research and community service. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training provide freedom for all academic community members to express themselves, develop their potential and expand networking. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta continuously show its existence with various achievements at the national and international levels. These achievements proved that the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta is a global competitive teaching faculty. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a green campus underpinned by safe, comfortable, disabled-friendly infrastructure as well as has numerous sophisticated, modern facilities and integrated with public spaces, complete facilities to support effective and quality learning process, as an adaptive and inclusive faculty with the development of the times. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta interlaces strategic partnerships with various parties nationally and internationally, cooperation in the form of teaching, research, community service, and student exchanges.
The Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University is the biggest faculty in our university. Currently, we have 12 bachelor study programs, 4 master's programs, and 1 doctoral program with more than 6,500 students and 220 faculty members. In line with the university's vision to become an internationally reputable Islamic university that integrates Islam and science, our faculty contributes a key role by preparing future teachers, educational researchers, practitioners, and our younger generation through quality education. Our faculty is a nurturing ground for our graduates who are not only excellent, but also globally competitive, professional, technologically savvy, and skilled with a strong Islamic character. We are committed to preparing the next generations of professionals who will make a significant impact in their respective fields of education.
As one of the reputable Islamic universities in Indonesia, UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta, through the Faculty of Educational Sciences, seeks to bridge the younger generation worldwide to explore Islamic sciences and teachings. The Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta continuously transforms into a modern, excellent, and competitive education center toward a golden Indonesia 2045. Faculty of Educational Sciences is committed to always being the foremost in developing a curriculum relevant to the dynamic needs of our society. We believe with our education and spirit of progressiveness that the Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta will always be the center for development and higher education in Indonesia.
In this place, all dreams come true. The gate to success is front of you. Success that makes Indonesia a nation of quality, civilized, and dignified. Every person possesses an expectation, expecting to be a knowledgeable and civilized person, expecting to achieve a bright future, those expectations can be actualized with enthusiasm and sincerity in seeking knowledge. Here, a place where hope flows as a struggle to achieve the dreams. A place to establish prospective educators who are excellent, competitive and professional, as well as upholding the principles of Islamic values as the foundation for building civilization. A place to expand creativity and innovation. A place to yield humanistic intellectuals. Here, where all hopes are putted up and all dreams are knitted. Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta was established on June 1, 1957, which is one of the oldest faculties and also has historical value in the development of Islamic education in Indonesia. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Teaching has 18 study programs, 12 undergraduate study programs, 1 professional study program, 4 master study programs, and 1 doctoral study program. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta also possesses several excellent programs such as International Conference, Green Campus, National Seminar, and Student Exchange. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a distinguished, competitive, professional, technology-based faculty with an international reputation by integrating science, Islam, accumulation of values of tolerance, respect each other and upholding diversity in order to underpin Indonesia EMAS 2045. Students carry out the learning process face-to-face, inside and outside the classroom, online as well as hybrid. In addition, laboratory practicums, field practice, and teaching practice are also conducted nationally and internationally. Students are also involved in collaborative research and community service. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training provide freedom for all academic community members to express themselves, develop their potential and expand networking. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta continuously show its existence with various achievements at the national and international levels. These achievements proved that the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta is a global competitive teaching faculty. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a green campus underpinned by safe, comfortable, disabled-friendly infrastructure as well as has numerous sophisticated, modern facilities and integrated with public spaces. Complete facilities to support effective and quality learning process, as an adaptive and inclusive faculty with the development of the times. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta interlaces strategic partnerships with various parties nationally and internationally, cooperation in the form of teaching, research, community service, and student exchanges.
The Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University is the biggest faculty in our university. Currently, we have 12 bachelor study programs, 4 master's programs, and 1 doctoral program with more than 6,500 students and 220 faculty members. In line with the university's vision to become an internationally reputable Islamic university that integrates Islam and science, our faculty contributes a key role by preparing future teachers, educational researchers, practitioners, and our younger generations through quality education. Our faculty is a nurturing ground for our graduates who are not only excellent, but also globally competitive, professional, technologically savvy, and skilled with a strong Islamic character. We are committed to preparing the next generations of professionals who will make a significant impact in their respective fields of education.
As one of the reputable Islamic universities in Indonesia, UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta, through the Faculty of Educational Sciences, seeks to bridge the younger generation worldwide to explore Islamic sciences and teachings. The Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta continuously transforms into a modern, excellent, and competitive education center toward a golden Indonesia 2045. Faculty of Educational Sciences is committed to always being the foremost in developing a curriculum relevant to the dynamic needs of our society. We believe with our education and spirit of progressiveness that the Faculty of Educational Sciences, UIN Jakarta, will always be the center for development and higher education in Indonesia.
In this place, all dreams come true. The gate to success is front of you. Success that makes Indonesia a nation of quality, civilized, and dignified. Every person possesses an expectation, expecting to be a knowledgeable and civilized person, expecting to achieve a bright future. Those expectations can be actualized with enthusiasm and sincerity in seeking knowledge. Here, a place where hope flows as a struggle to achieve the dreams. A place to establish prospective educators who are excellent, competitive and professional, as well as upholding the principles of Islamic values as the foundation for building civilization. A place to expand creativity and innovation. A place to yield humanistic intellectuals. Here, where all hopes are putted up and all dreams are knitted. Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta was established on June 1, 1957, which is one of the oldest faculties and also has historical value in the development of Islamic education in Indonesia. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Teaching has 18 study programs, 12 undergraduate study programs, 1 professional study program, 4 master study programs, and 1 doctoral study program. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta also possesses several excellent programs such as International Conference, Green Campus, National Seminar, and Student Exchange. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a distinguished, competitive, professional, technology-based faculty with an international reputation by integrating science, Islam, accumulation of values of tolerance, respect each other and upholding diversity in order to underpin Indonesia EMAS 2045. Students carry out the learning process face-to-face, inside and outside the classroom, online as well as hybrid. In addition, laboratory practicums, field practice, and teaching practice are also conducted nationally and internationally. Students are also involved in collaborative research and community service. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training provide freedom for all academic community members to express themselves, develop their potential and expand networking. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta continuously show its existence with various achievements at the national and international levels. These achievements proved that the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta is a global competitive teaching faculty. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a green campus underpinned by safe, comfortable, disabled-friendly infrastructure as well as has numerous sophisticated, modern facilities and integrated with public spaces. Complete facilities to support effective and quality learning process, as an adaptive and inclusive faculty with the development of the times. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta interlaces strategic partnerships with various parties nationally and internationally, cooperation in the form of teaching, research, community service, and student exchanges.
The Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University is the biggest faculty in our university. Currently, we have 12 bachelor study programs, 4 master's programs, and 1 doctoral program with more than 6,500 students and 220 faculty members. in line with the university's vision to become an internationally reputable Islamic university that integrates Islam and science, our faculty contributes a key role by preparing future teachers, educational researchers, practitioners, and our younger generation through quality education. Our faculty is a nurturing ground for our graduates who are not only excellent, but also globally competitive, professional, technologically savvy, and skilled with a strong Islamic character. We are committed to preparing the next generations of professionals who will make a significant impact in their respective fields of education.
As one of the reputable Islamic universities in Indonesia, UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta, through the Faculty of Educational Sciences, seeks to bridge the younger generation worldwide to explore Islamic sciences and teachings. The Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta continuously transforms into a modern, excellent, and competitive education center toward a golden Indonesia 2045. Faculty of Educational Sciences is committed to always being the foremost in developing a curriculum relevant to the dynamic needs of our society. We believe with our education and spirit of progressiveness that the Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta will always be the center for development and headway education in Indonesia.
In this place, all dreams come true. The gate to success is front of you. Success that makes Indonesia a nation of quality, civilized, and dignified. Every person possesses an expectation, expecting to be a knowledgeable and civilized person, expecting to achieve a bright future. Those expectations can be actualized with enthusiasm and sincerity in seeking knowledge. Here, a place where hope flows as a struggle to achieve the dreams. A place to establish prospective educators who are excellent, competitive, and professional, as well as upholding the principles of Islamic values as the foundation for building civilization. A place to expand creativity and innovation. A place to yield humanistic intellectuals. Here, where all hopes are putted up and all dreams are knitted. Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta was established on June 1, 1957, which is one of the oldest faculties and also has historical value in the development of Islamic education in Indonesia. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Teaching has 18 study programs, 12 undergraduate study programs, 1 professional study program, 4 master study programs, and 1 doctoral study program. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta also possesses several excellent programs such as International Conference, Green Campus, National Seminar, and Student Exchange. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a distinguished, competitive, professional, technology-based faculty with an international reputation by integrating science, Islam, accumulation of values of tolerance, respect each other, and upholding diversity in order to underpin Indonesia EMAS 2045. Students carry out the learning process face-to-face, inside and outside the classroom, online as well as hybrid. In addition, laboratory practicums, field practice, and teaching practice are also conducted nationally and internationally. Students are also involved in collaborative research and community service. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training provide freedom for all academic community members to express themselves, develop their potential, and expand networking. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta continuously show its existence with various achievements at the national and international levels. These achievements proved that the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta is a global competitive teaching faculty. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a green campus underpinned by safe, comfortable, disabled-friendly infrastructure as well as has numerous sophisticated, modern facilities and integrated with public spaces, complete facilities to support effective and quality learning process, as an adaptive and inclusive faculty with the development of the times. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training. Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta interlaces strategic partnerships with various parties nationally and internationally. Cooperation in the form of teaching, research, community service, and student exchanges.
The Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University is the biggest faculty in our university. Currently, we have 12 bachelor study programs, 4 master's programs, and 1 doctoral program with more than 6,500 students and 220 faculty members. In line with the university's vision to become an internationally reputable Islamic university that integrates Islam and science, our faculty contributes a key role by preparing future teachers, educational researchers, practitioners, and our younger generation through quality education. Our faculty is a nurturing ground for our graduates who are not only excellent, but also globally competitive, professional, technologically savvy, and skilled with a strong Islamic character. We are committed to preparing the next generations of professionals who will make a significant impact in their respective fields of education.
As one of the reputable Islamic universities in Indonesia, UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta, through the Faculty of Educational Sciences, seeks to bridge the younger generation worldwide to explore Islamic sciences and teachings. The Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta continuously transforms into a modern, excellent, and competitive education center toward a golden Indonesia 2045. Faculty of Educational Sciences is committed to always being the foremost in developing a curriculum relevant to the dynamic needs of our society. We believe with our education and spirit of progressiveness that the Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta will always be the center for development and headway education in Indonesia.
In this place, all dreams come true. The gate to success is front of you. Success that makes Indonesia a nation of quality, civilized, and dignified. Every person possesses an expectation, expecting to be a knowledgeable and civilized person, expecting to achieve a bright future. Those expectations can be actualized with enthusiasm and sincerity in seeking knowledge. Here, a place where hope flows as a struggle to achieve the dreams. A place to establish prospective educators who are excellent, competitive, and professional, as well as upholding the principles of Islamic values as the foundation for building civilization. A place to expand creativity and innovation. A place to yield humanistic intellectuals. Here, where all hopes are putted up and all dreams are knitted. Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta was established on June 1, 1957, which is one of the oldest faculties and also has historical value in the development of Islamic education in Indonesia. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Teaching has 18 study programs, 12 undergraduate study programs, 1 professional study program, 4 master study programs, and 1 doctoral study program. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta also possesses several excellent programs such as International Conference, Green Campus, National Seminar, and Student Exchange. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a distinguished, competitive, professional, technology-based faculty with an international reputation by integrating science, Islam, accumulation of values of tolerance, respect each other and upholding diversity in order to underpin Indonesia EMAS 2045. Students carry out the learning process face-to-face, inside and outside the classroom, online as well as hybrid. In addition, laboratory practicums, field practice, and teaching practice are also conducted nationally and internationally. Students are also involved in collaborative research and community service. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training provide freedom for all academic community members to express themselves, develop their potential and expand networking. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta continuously show its existence with various achievements at the national and international levels. These achievements proved that the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta is a global competitive teaching faculty. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a green campus underpinned by safe, comfortable, disabled-friendly infrastructure as well as has numerous sophisticated, modern facilities and integrated with public spaces, complete facilities to support effective and quality learning process, as an adaptive and inclusive faculty with the development of the times. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta interlaces strategic partnerships with various parties nationally and internationally, cooperation in the form of teaching, research, community service, and student exchanges.
The Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University is the biggest faculty in our university. Currently, we have 12 bachelor study programs, 4 master's programs, and 1 doctoral program with more than 6,500 students and 220 faculty members. In line with the university's vision to become an internationally reputable Islamic university that integrates Islam and science, our faculty contributes a key role by preparing future teachers, educational researchers, practitioners, and our younger generation through quality education. Our faculty is a nurturing ground for our graduates who are not only excellent, but also globally competitive, professional, technologically savvy, and skilled with a strong Islamic character. We are committed to preparing the next generations of professionals who will make a significant impact in their respective fields of education.
As one of the reputable Islamic universities in Indonesia, UIN Jakarta, through the Faculty of Educational Sciences, seeks to bridge the younger generation worldwide to explore Islamic sciences and teachings. The Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Jakarta continuously transforms into a modern, excellent, and competitive education center toward a golden Indonesia 2045. Faculty of Educational Sciences is committed to always being the foremost in developing a curriculum relevant to the dynamic needs of our society. We believe with our education and spirit of progressiveness that the Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Jakarta will always be the center for development and headway education in Indonesia.
In this place, all dreams come true. The gate to success is front of you. Success that makes Indonesia a nation of quality, civilized, and dignified. Every person possesses an expectation, expecting to be a knowledgeable and civilized person, expecting to achieve a bright future. Those expectations can be actualized with enthusiasm and sincerity in seeking knowledge. Here, a place where hope flows as a struggle to achieve the dreams. A place to establish prospective educators who are excellent, competitive and professional, as well as upholding the principles of Islamic values as the foundation for building civilization. A place to expand creativity and innovation. A place to yield humanistic intellectuals. Here, where all hopes are putted up and all dreams are knitted. Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta was established on June 1, 1957, which is one of the oldest faculties and also has historical value in the development of Islamic education in Indonesia. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Teaching has 18 study programs, 12 undergraduate study programs, 1 professional study program, 4 master study programs, and 1 doctoral study program. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta also possesses several excellent programs such as International Conference, Green Campus, National Seminar, and Student Exchange. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a distinguished, competitive, professional, technology-based faculty with an international reputation by integrating science, Islam, accumulation of values of tolerance, respect each other and upholding diversity in order to underpin Indonesia EMAS 2045. Students carry out the learning process face-to-face, inside and outside the classroom, online as well as hybrid. In addition, laboratory practicums, field practice, and teaching practice are also conducted nationally and internationally. Students are also involved in collaborative research and community service. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training provide freedom for all academic community members to express themselves, develop their potential and expand networking. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta continuously show its existence with various achievements at the national and international levels. These achievements proved that the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta is a global competitive teaching faculty. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a green campus underpinned by safe, comfortable, disabled-friendly infrastructure as well as has numerous sophisticated, modern facilities and integrated with public spaces. Complete facilities to support effective and quality learning process. As an adaptive and inclusive faculty with the development of the times. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta interlaces strategic partnerships with various parties nationally and internationally. Cooperation in the form of teaching, research, community service, and student exchanges.
The Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University is the biggest faculty in our university. Currently, we have 12 bachelor study programs, 4 master's programs, and 1 doctoral program with more than 6,500 students and 220 faculty members. In line with the university's vision to become an internationally reputable Islamic university that integrates Islam and science, our faculty contributes a key role by preparing future teachers, educational researchers, practitioners, and our younger generation through quality education. Our faculty is a nurturing ground for our graduates who are not only excellent, but also globally competitive, professional, technologically savvy, and skilled with a strong Islamic character. We are committed to preparing the next generations of professionals who will make a significant impact in their respective fields of education.
As one of the reputable Islamic universities in Indonesia, UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta, through the Faculty of Educational Sciences, seeks to bridge the younger generation worldwide to explore Islamic sciences and teachings. The Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta continuously transforms into a modern, excellent, and competitive education center toward a golden Indonesia 2045. Faculty of Educational Sciences is committed to always being the foremost in developing a curriculum relevant to the dynamic needs of our society. We believe with our education and spirit of progressiveness that the Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Syarif Jakarta will always be the center for development and hardware education in Indonesia.
In this place, all dreams come true. The gate to success is front of you. Success that makes Indonesia a nation of quality, civilized, and dignified. Every person possesses an expectation, expecting to be a knowledgeable and civilized person, expecting to achieve a bright future. Those expectations can be actualized with enthusiasm and sincerity in seeking knowledge. Here, a place where hope flows as a struggle to achieve the dreams. A place to establish prospective educators who are excellent, competitive and professional, as well as upholding the principles of Islamic values as the foundation for building civilization. A place to expand creativity and innovation. A place to yield humanistic intellectuals. Here, where all hopes are putted up and all dreams are knitted. Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta was established on June 1, 1957, which is one of the oldest faculties and also has historical value in the development of Islamic education in Indonesia. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Teaching has 18 study programs, 12 undergraduate study programs, 1 professional study program, 4 master study programs, and 1 doctoral study program. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta also possesses several excellent programs such as International Conference, Green Campus, National Seminar, and Student Exchange. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a distinguished, competitive, professional, technology-based faculty with an international reputation by integrating science, Islam, accumulation of values of tolerance, respect each other and upholding diversity in order to underpin Indonesia EMAS 2045. Students carry out the learning process face-to-face, inside and outside the classroom, online as well as hybrid. In addition, laboratory practicums, field practice, and teaching practice are also conducted nationally and internationally. Students are also involved in collaborative research and community service. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training provide freedom for all academic community members to express themselves, develop their potential and expand networking. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta continuously show its existence with various achievements at the national and international levels. These achievements prove that the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta is a global competitive teaching faculty. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a green campus underpinned by safe, comfortable, disabled-friendly infrastructure as well as has numerous sophisticated, modern facilities and integrated with public spaces. Complete facilities to support effective and quality learning process, as an adaptive and inclusive faculty with the development of the times. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta interlaces strategic partnerships with various parties nationally and internationally. Cooperation in the form of teaching, research, community service, and student exchanges.
The Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University is the biggest faculty in our university. Currently, we have 12 bachelor study programs, 4 master's programs, and 1 doctoral program with more than 6,500 students and 220 faculty members. In line with the university's vision to become an internationally reputable Islamic university that integrates Islam and science, our faculty contributes a key role by preparing future teachers, educational researchers, practitioners, and our younger generation through quality education. Our faculty is a nurturing ground for our graduates who are not only excellent, but also globally competitive, professional, technologically savvy, and skilled with a strong Islamic character. We are committed to preparing the next generations of professionals who will make a significant impact in their respective fields of education.
As one of the reputable Islamic universities in Indonesia, UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta, through the Faculty of Educational Sciences, seeks to bridge the younger generation worldwide to explore Islamic sciences and teachings. The Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta continuously transforms into a modern, excellent, and competitive education center toward a golden Indonesia 2045. Faculty of Educational Sciences is committed to always being the foremost in developing a curriculum relevant to the dynamic needs of our society. We believe with our education and spirit of progressiveness that the Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta will always be the center for development and headway education in Indonesia.
In this place, all dreams come true. The gate to success is front of you. Success that makes Indonesia a nation of quality, civilized, and dignified. Every person possesses an expectation, expecting to be a knowledgeable and civilized person, expecting to achieve a bright future. Those expectations can be actualized with enthusiasm and sincerity in seeking knowledge. Here, a place where hope flows as a struggle to achieve the dreams. A place to establish prospective educators who are excellent, competitive, and professional, as well as upholding the principles of Islamic values as the foundation for building civilization. A place to expand creativity and innovation. A place to yield humanistic intellectuals. Here, where all hopes are putted up and all dreams are knitted. Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta was established on June 1, 1957, which is one of the oldest faculties and also has historical value in the development of Islamic education in Indonesia. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Teaching has 18 study programs, 12 undergraduate study programs, 1 professional study program, 4 master study programs, and 1 doctoral study program. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta also possesses several excellent programs such as International Conference, Green Campus, National Seminar, and Student Exchange. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a distinguished, competitive, professional, technology-based faculty with an international reputation by integrating science, Islam, accumulation of values of tolerance, respect each other, and upholding diversity in order to underpin Indonesia EMAS 2045. Students carry out the learning process face-to-face, inside and outside the classroom, online as well as hybrid. In addition, laboratory practicums, field practice, and teaching practice are also conducted nationally and internationally. Students are also involved in collaborative research and community service. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training provide freedom for all academic community members to express themselves, develop their potential, and expand networking. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta continuously show its existence with various achievements at the national and international levels. These achievements proved that the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta is a global competitive teaching faculty. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a green campus underpinned by safe, comfortable, disabled-friendly infrastructure as well as has numerous sophisticated, modern facilities and integrated with public spaces. Complete facilities to support effective and quality learning process. As an adaptive and inclusive faculty with the development of the times. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training. Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta interlaces strategic partnerships with various parties nationally and internationally. Cooperation in the form of teaching, research, community service, and student exchanges.
The Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University is the biggest faculty in our university. Currently, we have 12 bachelor study programs, 4 master's programs, and 1 doctoral program with more than 6,500 students and 220 faculty members. In line with the university's vision to become an internationally reputable Islamic university that integrates Islam and science, our faculty contributes a key role by preparing future teachers, educational researchers, practitioners, and our younger generations through quality education. Our faculty is a nurturing ground for our graduates who are not only excellent, but also globally competitive, professional, technologically savvy, and skilled with a strong Islamic character. We are committed to preparing the next generations of professionals who will make a significant impact in their respective fields of education.
As one of the reputable Islamic universities in Indonesia, UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta, through the Faculty of Educational Sciences, seeks to bridge the younger generation worldwide to explore Islamic sciences and teachings. The Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta continuously transforms into a modern, excellent, and competitive education center toward a golden Indonesia 2045. Faculty of Educational Sciences is committed to always being the foremost in developing a curriculum relevant to the dynamic needs of our society. We believe with our education and spirit of progressiveness that the Faculty of Educational Sciences UIN Hidayatullah Jakarta will always be the center for development and headway education in Indonesia.
In this place, all dreams come true. The gate to success is front of you. Success that makes Indonesia a nation of quality, civilized, and dignified. Every person possesses an expectation. Expecting to be a knowledgeable and civilized person. Expecting to achieve a bright future. Those expectations can be actualized with enthusiasm and sincerity in seeking knowledge. Here, a place where hope flows as a struggle to achieve the dreams. A place to establish prospective educators who are excellent, competitive, and professional, as well as upholding the principles of Islamic values as the foundation for building civilization. A place to expand creativity and innovation. A place to yield humanistic intellectuals. Here, where all hopes are putted up and all dreams are knitted. Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta was established on June 1, 1957, which is one of the oldest faculties and also has historical value in the development of Islamic education in Indonesia. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Teaching has 18 study programs, 12 undergraduate study programs, 1 professional study program, 4 master study programs, and 1 doctoral study program. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta also possesses several excellent programs such as International Conference, Green Campus, National Seminar, and Student Exchange. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a distinguished, competitive, professional, technology-based faculty with an international reputation by integrating science, Islam, accumulation of values of tolerance, respect each other and upholding diversity in order to underpin Indonesia EMAS 2045. Students carry out the learning process face-to-face, inside and outside the classroom, online as well as hybrid. In addition, laboratory practicums, field practice, and teaching practice are also conducted nationally and internationally. Students are also involved in collaborative research and community service. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training provide freedom for all academic community members to express themselves, develop their potential and expand networking. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta continuously show its existence with various achievements at the national and international levels. These achievements proved that the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta is a global competitive teaching faculty. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training is a green campus underpinned by safe, comfortable, disabled-friendly infrastructure as well as has numerous sophisticated, modern facilities and integrated with public spaces, complete facilities to support effective and quality learning process, as an adaptive and inclusive faculty with the development of the times. The Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University of Jakarta interlaces strategic partnerships with various parties nationally and internationally, cooperation in the form of teaching, research, community service, and student exchanges.
The Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University is the biggest faculty in our university. Currently, we have 12 bachelor study programs, 4 master's programs, and 1 doctoral program with more than 6,500 students and 220 faculty members. In line with the university's vision to become an internationally reputable Islamic university that integrates Islam and science, our faculty contributes a key role by preparing future teachers, educational researchers, practitioners, and our younger generation through quality education. Our faculty is a nurturing ground for our graduates who are not only excellent, but also globally competitive, professional, technologically savvy, and skilled with a strong Islamic character. We are committed to preparing the next generations of professionals who will make a significant impact in their respective fields of education.
As one of the reputable